morning, dear colleagues. So welcome to the second day of International Conference on Information and Software Technologies. And today we will have the keynote speaker, Alessandro Guarino. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's a bit too high. Yeah. Level for the microphone, and can I put it full screen in presentation mode? View. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, not a full audience like tomorrow, like yesterday morning, but I guess it's fine. I'm sure the team will put some AI-generated added audience just to make it look a little better, like politicians when people don't come. But thank you very much to everybody for being here. Thank you to organizers for having me here. This is not a super technical, but it's a keynote. So it's about human factors in cybersecurity, because this is the one overlooked part of security. The problem between the keyboard and the chair, as they usually say. So cybersecurity for all. It's just a few words. I've been working a bit because I'm not so young. So I'm not an academic. I'm a business owner. So we do cybersecurity consultancy. We do data protection. Oh, this timing, no timer there. We do data protection and digital forensics as well for prosecution and defense teams around the world. And I've been involved a bit in standardization part, which is quite interesting, if a little boring, but yeah. And there is not my colleague Sharunas here today, which is another guy that wanted to be involved in standardization work at the international level. I had the chance, even if not an academic, to publish something and talk at some conference along the years. So. But what's the point here? The point here, I've noticed a very nice phenomenon, very weird. So cybersecurity the last few years has moved from being an obscure subject which nobody was thinking about, normal users around the internet, to a program for elementary schools. So cybersecurity awareness is now everywhere, even little children. So why is that, and is it any good at all? Is it a nice thing, or is it a problem? So yes, that's good, but is the popularization of security really a good thing? Is it made in the right way at the moment? Is the communication right? And before that, what hurt us is cybersecurity, because we don't agree on that anyway. So there are a lot of different points of view on that. So expect a bit of a history here and a little discussion. I hope it can be a little interactive as well about the popularization of security and if it is done right and what can be done better in that part in communicating cybersecurity principles. And I would like to start with a little personal history. I was there, and it's about a technology that is very important for security, and that are virtual private networks. So a little personal anecdote. So I was there 3,000 years ago in the year 2000, at the beginning of this century, and I was trying to sell virtual private networks to small businesses. And at the time, there were something like that. Small appliances, probably they are still around, that you have to install on your premises of the company, and the people connecting to the network from outside will have to install their own clients, and they are dedicated access, etc., etc. And what was my personal experience is that nobody was understanding what we were talking about. We will start the usual explanation to our prospective clients. Yeah, VPNs are used to establish a protected network connection when using a public infrastructure on the internet, etc. And they will basically zone out like that. I mean, they would stop listening at some point. It was incredibly difficult to make them understand what the problem is. We have the internet, we can communicate with people outside, what's the problem? Security consciousness was totally not there at that point. But in just what to me is a short time, it's not a short time, but in a few years, we have come to this. We have come to this. So VPNs are one of the biggest sponsors of YouTubers around the internet at the moment. And they spend a huge amount of time and money on marketing, and every user is sold VPNs, because then you can be secure, then you can probably watch Netflix from another country. That's mostly killer application probably, but an obscure technology which was completely misunderstood 20 years ago, 25 years ago, now is basically on the public. People are using them. They're using them because they are pressed by marketing. So that's a very interesting phenomenon. What happened? Why? Why is that? So there are a few reasons, obviously. One reason on the good side is that awareness of security of your data has increased, also because of some very high profile cases that we had along these years. We can cite the Snowden's leaks, we can cite the scandal about Facebook and their misuse of data, of personal data, and so on and so forth, so a lot of things. And there was also an Italian leak there, very big leak that happened a few years ago. So awareness in general that data and information are an asset to be protected has increased. That's on the good side. Then, of course, our lives moved online. Those kind of little toys, of course, turbocharge this process as well, because we all have supercomputers on our pocket, et cetera, et cetera. But there are other technologies as well that converge to make them basically move all of our things online. Some unthinkable things like a few years ago, at least to me, and I still wonder sometimes, you have boarding passes, bank accounts, everything it's on your phone. If you lose the phone, you lose everything basically. I know that I come from a time where it wasn't so normal and regular, so maybe if you haven't lived that time, it's a bit more normal, but what is in here, in these devices now, it's still incredible. It's everything you live for, basically. And the pandemic years accelerated the process even more. Now our work is online, we meet online, we exchange business data online, and so on and so forth. So, given that, we also have the regulation part. That has come into public awareness because regulators have started entering the game, especially in European Union. We started a while ago, but the GDPR entered into force in 2018, and we have a slew of European regulation on security around at the moment. And also why? There is money to be made. I sell cybersecurity services, so if you can sell those VPNs, you can make a huge profit. So this all converged to make cybersecurity popular at the moment. But let's take a step back. What even is cybersecurity? Because we don't agree even on the spelling. So it's cybersecurity, one capital, two capitals. What is cybersecurity? If you ask 4 people, you will get 4 answers. Real, even in the professional community. Someone wants to define cybersecurity for me? What is cybersecurity? Besides the fact that it sounds cool. Oh, I'm serious. Anybody want? Anybody? Any takers?
ICIST, GDPR, everything.
Eh?
ICIST, GDPR, everything.
Yeah. So, this is from the NIST homepage. So NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the American government agency that writes standards, especially for ICT, security, crypto, and so on and so forth. So even one standards development organization, in their publications, has different definitions in different documents. Don't have to read it, but just to say that this is from their website, official website, online. They have a list of all the documents they do in cybersecurity standardization, and in different documents you have different definitions. And different spellings as well. I use the pointer after all. Different spellings with two different definitions. The ISO definition is even different, and so on and so forth. So, I will give my take. So simple is always better. Cybersecurity is just information security. What is information security? And that's the ISO standard, the ISO definition. Get back to the basics. Is the preservation of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information, meaning data. Data is not the same thing, but yeah. The acronym conveniently spells CIA, but that's just fine. So what is information security? It's the process through which data/information is made only accessible to authorized entities. So it's made confidential in general. It's kept all the same, all the time. So the integrity, meaning that it cannot be modified by unauthorized users, etc. So it's not tampered with. And it is available when I need it. So cybersecurity is just information security, but it's not we have security agencies, we have governments, and we have also criminal actors. So the first characteristic is that it's a complex and human-centric environment. So we have different entities, actors with different motivations, different way to use it, different levels of skills, etc., etc. Also, another thing that we tend to forget is that geography matters in cyberspace. So cyberspace is not immaterial. It's made of very material things which occupy very precise spaces in the physical worlds, cables, servers, data centers, etc., etc. And that implies implications for economics as well. So cybersecurity, information security, but in cyberspace. What's the point? Given that it is a multi-actor complex environment, that creates points of friction. It's not so simple. When you apply information security to an IT system or a small company, you have only one center of interest, the owner of the company, or myself as an individual. I want to protect my data. They want to protect their data in their system. So when you develop the policies and the security measures, whether they are technical or organizational, you only have one stakeholder, basically. But when it is in cyberspace, on the internet, you have a very different set of stakeholders. And that creates points of friction where the same security measures, the same security tools, like VPNs, for instance, can have different meanings for different actors. Just a few examples. Maybe confidentiality is the best one and the clearer, but my interest as an individual user in the confidentiality of my data can clash with, for instance, the policies of law enforcement. Maybe they want more access to my data than I wish to share, even if I'm not a criminal, but they always insist on preventive access to everything. There are conflicts between maybe the user and the big tech companies on how to protect my data, and also AI developers. So we talked yesterday about training complex AI systems, AI models and machine learning based models. So when you train those models, you need big sets of data. So those big sets of data belong to someone. And it's not always clear if the use is completely consensual at all times. So potentially there is a conflict in there as well. And that conflict is not a sum. Usually the conflict is not as some part is totally right and some part is totally wrong, but it's always a balancing act on that part, and it's difficult sometimes. On the integrity part, probably the most striking example is actual cyber warfare, where it's not different type of actors, but same actors from different interests, so like different nation states that want to destroy the data of one another, also criminals. And availability. In availability, there was a long-standing debate and back and forth on data retention, for instance, in Europe. Because, of course, security agencies and law enforcement agencies are interested in long period of retention, for instance, for the logs of telecommunications company and so on, while regulators tend to give very, very much shorter that period of retention. That's another policy conflict. And non-repeatability, that is one of the additional characteristics of security. That means that a certain set of information is connected to an author, and it cannot be denied that that particular person is the author. And of course, that implies some issues of free speech versus accountability, because anonymity can be seen as a way to enhance free speech. At the same time, it can be seen as a free-for-all for criminal activities. So that's another one. So, to sum, a lot of point of frictions. Now, that particular point is not present in the current popularization. So, it's just we need more security. You need these tools, you need that tools, you need to increase security. But what is missing is that security is not absolute, especially cybersecurity. What is good for one actor is not appropriate for other actors. So without considering that particular point, the communication is missing a very, very important part. Everything is relative. So what is missing there from those VPNs, ads, and so on and so forth, is that the priority of the different actors are not aligned most of the time. They can be or they cannot be, but it's not the same. This is not part of the public debate at the moment, and it should be. Another thing that is missing is that awareness has been, has rose about what can be done with your data, but not completely. A lot can be done that still isn't in the public awareness part. Second thing, of course, this cannot be done by economic actors that are interested in selling some tools. So you need more than that. We tend to trust public bodies, for instance, but that again could be an issue. Also, what is missing, and we always forget, is that there is an inherent power imbalance between individuals and the tool developers and the bigger actors, and also an informational asymmetry. This makes information security what is called a lemon market. So usually the users don't know enough to discriminate between good tools and bad tools. Not only individual users, but also very much companies and so forth. So that is something that it's hard to solve, but it's something that must be attacked as a problem in order to be able to enhance security for all. So awareness is awareness, but there isn't an in there. It's not complete yet, as I said. And I think it's up in part to us, quote unquote, I mean the people who know something about security, to help with that as well. I would like to go forward with 3 examples of particular tools where you see this kind of misalignment. I come back to the original example of the virtual private networks, where you have also the vendors themselves. So the vendors of virtual private networks, of course, they sit on all your data on the internet because all of your navigation activities go through their servers. Some claim and are certified that they don't keep any information stored and so on and so forth, but that must be considered, especially if the service is free. So they are interested in that data. That data is super valuable, obviously. So at the end is also a question of trust, because you cannot see their servers. You don't go and audit their servers and see if they actually don't log or not. So that's one point of conflict directly with the vendors. Also, there is a misalignment between ourselves as users and governments. Now, VPNs are technical tools for security, so there shouldn't be theoretically any doubt that they are better to be used or not. However, VPNs are limited, and VPN bans are enacted by a lot of different governments, either overtly, like authoritarian governments, in different degrees, or in a more subtle way, like here. So what is, at the end of the day, a simple technical tool, because a VPN is just an encrypted tunnel, and there should be no discussion whatsoever that increases security. But it increases for the user. Some other actors could see things differently and could see a security risk in using VPNs. So it's good that people are aware of the security risks. They also should be aware of the misalignment of interest, which most people are not at the moment. The second example is, it could be quite obvious, but it is encryption as a whole. So VPNs uses encryption technologies to build a secure tunnel, but encryption as a whole has been the target of limitations since last century. At one point in time, encryption tools were considered just like weapons or ammunitions. So there were actually export bans on encryption tools back in the 1990s. And the debate is ongoing a long time, even now, with law enforcement agencies, etc., for access to encryption algorithms. And so-called backdoors, which means the algorithm is intentionally weakened in order to be able to be accessed by lawful agencies. And also, other actors are in the game in encryption, because encryption algorithms are standardized usually. So you use standardized algorithms. Who does the standardization? One of the main standardization bodies for encryption is, again, NIST. So now NIST is a government agency. It's not a standard development organization which is based on a lot of different stakeholders like our European ones. They are an agency of the US government, executive power. So again, also standardization, which are, we call them technical standard. And that could sound very anodyne and indifferent to any pressure whatsoever, but it's not. Because each and every standardization body has a stakeholder base, one or more. So even that should be considered. And that's another obscure word that is not made public a lot. So there has been cases in the past where standardization work on encryption in particular has been pressured in a certain way or others. Again, encryption is kind of a no-brainer security measure. I have to protect my data, especially in confidentiality. However, not all people see the same thing. And the third example are IoT security. Now, here the conflict is not about individuals more, but about different actors that want different things. So everyone must be aware where these devices that we trust implicitly come from. So that is what remains of a pager, which had some additional functions embedded in it that weren't exactly what the buyer paid for. Basically, they exploded in your hands. So where did they come from? Who built them? Who put it in there? We don't know. We trust implicitly when we, not that, but we buy any device. There is an implicit trust in what is there. And most people are not aware of the software that is in there. So the other one is a pacemaker. So those things are hackable as well, obviously, as you well know. But again, you don't do an audit when you are in dire need of a medical device like that, and you don't go there and review the software inside of that. However, it is hackable anyway. So you put trust because theoretically there is a system in place for which those devices are certified. There are regulations, there are standards, and so on and so forth. However, another missing part, big missing part, that's why I put IoT attacks here, is that most people are not aware of the software inside these things. Cars, everything. Everything is based on software now. Refrigerators, everything. Even when it's not necessary. It's smart everything, even if we don't need smart everything. So that is another part of public awareness that it's not there at all, and it should be. It should be. So, how do we solve this? It's not so easy. It's good news, as I said. Cybersecurity awareness is spreading, as long as we agree on what cybersecurity is. However, there are some issues that must be addressed. So security implementation, policies, measures, tools depend on who the interest party is. Who is proposing those, and what are their strategies and goals, and what are their rewards for that. Ideally, a bit more of technical knowledge is needed to be spread, and that's something we are not very good at as a community, but it shouldn't be left entirely to the marketing guys. So individuals must be able at least to select their best tool in a way. So we need to reduce a bit the lemon market there. Even if people don't want to hear. It's a very complicated way to do, but something is needed to be done. On the technical part, as well as the basically incentives and social part of cybersecurity. Because if we don't do that, if awareness doesn't grow, in cybersecurity this is valid for everything. Usually the more knowledgeable, the most knowledgeable, and the most powerful will win. And usually it's not the individuals. A last remark on technical standards, since I'm involved in those. Those can help because they can increase trust and decrease doubt on the capability of devices and their security. There are standards for IoT security and certifications and so on and so forth. However, it's still a different balancing act on how strict the standards should be and let a bit of free rein on innovation. That's another conflict that we have there in the real world. So, need to spread more knowledge on the different misaligned incentives, but also on the technical side, which is very, 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 very hard to do. If not, we have a problem, because it's only the appearance of security and not real security for everyone. So, I have put a few questions because I would like a debate. What do you think of the widespread use of these tools? Is this good? Do you think the way they are marketed, YouTube ads, is that a good way to market security tools? And are human factors addressed in awareness campaigns? Because usually we tend to do only the technical part. What about the coming AI? And a lot of other questions. So I will leave it to you if you want to discuss and debate. For the moment, thank you very much for your time, and happy few that were here. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Oh, okay.
Thanks a lot for our presentation. Basically, I'm working in an IT company that is delivering the software for clients. And for me, it's a very interesting topic. And you mentioned quite a lot of good insights about, let's call it technical part. Could you give us a little bit more insights or suggestions? What maybe key questions or key aspects I should pay attention once we are creating a software, IT product? And is it only a technical ones, or maybe a little bit more there?
Well, there is a lot there on secure development. It's a whole.
Can you name the key ones?
In general, maybe the key ones, personal opinion, sorry, it's how about any software handles data and information. So it must be done in a secure way as possible already in the design of the software. I'm thinking of the obvious things first, which many times are not addressed, in the access control, authentication part, user profiling, all of that. I don't know what kind of software we are talking about, but many software has different kind of users. So that part, how to profile different users and giving different privileges to different users, sometimes is not well addressed. And for convenience, again, the users and the end users, when you install on the client premises, they give privileges to all the users. So that is something that maybe cannot be addressed totally in development technically, but at least you should give the possibility to your clients to install it in a way that follows need to know, you know. So minimum privilege for each user that can be done. So a bit of granularity there in the privileges and so on and so forth, a bit of flexibility. The other part on the technical side is handling securely the data. So no memory leaks, all that stuff. But I think that handling the data part and limiting the user's activities as best probably are the two main issues that comes to mind in the beginning. Yeah? And on the availability side, okay, building it in a way that doesn't crash. But okay, that is the stupid thing. I mean, being as solid as possible from the technical development point of view.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Okay.
So first of all, thank you, Alessandro, for the very nice presentation. So as you know, I am not on this field, you know, but I started my research activity on security more related to hardware part. Okay, so you talked a lot about software, and we know all the issues related to software, all the issues related to network, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to hardware, what is your opinion? Because from what I know, basically, it's almost impossible to have secure hardware also. So how do you handle this?
It's not so easy because it's almost possible to have secure hardware unless you made it untamperable in a way that basically it's not accessible anymore. And if something goes wrong, you...
What I mean is like when I was doing this research, it was my first year of PhD back in 2016. And after 1 year, I said, no, this is not for me. Because I didn't saw any research outcome from that, even if a lot of people are still working on that. Because what I saw is that there is a production chain when it comes to hardware.
Yeah.
And hardware, I mean everything that we are using today. And every time that we move to another, let's say, component of the chain, someone can integrate, for example, a hardware Trojan in there. And we saw this, a lot of examples with Chinese components, with Chinese cameras in Italy also, where at a certain point they saw that there was an anomalous flow of video streams going outside from Italian airports to China. Yeah. And no one could detect it.
Initially, I titled that slide "Supply Chain Attacks," then I changed it because it wasn't exactly my point here, but yeah. I mean, the only way would be to control the whole supply chain from the semiconductor factory to the end. That's something that at the moment only the military can do, and not even completely. Because many militaries, even the Americans, use COTS components, so we use commercial components.
And we saw what happened 3 weeks ago with Hezbollah.
Yeah, so those pagers, they're still looking at who manufactured them exactly, because the company says, no, it's our product, but some other company manufactured them under our license, so we don't know about it, et cetera, et cetera. So it's still hard to trace that supply chain as well. Given the complex world that we live in, I mean, the supply chains that comes from all over the world, it's very hard to control the whole chain, almost impossible. The alternative, and where we are going now, is that so-called decoupling, or what we used to call in Italy is autarky. So the entire supply chain inside one country, but that could bring a lot of problems. I mean, a divided world is not good anyway.
So basically, we will never arrive to be safe.
Really, those backdoors are so deeply embedded if you control the initial chip manufacturing, and I mean, possibly the microcode inside the chips, etc., that unless you go there with a very, very deep probe, they are very hard. So you need to trust the chain operators, I guess, the suppliers, which is why some countries are basically banned at the moment. Yeah. Chinese manufacturers, yeah. Politically, even in our standards community, if you work for a certain Chinese telecommunication company, basically you have no possibility of being involved in leading any technical standards group at the moment. These are the politics. Yeah. If you do a Horizon project, you better not have that particular company in your consortium because you won't get funded anyway. So that's happening right now at the moment.
So yeah, I can also add from a research perspective and research community, we are not even allowed to host conferences nowadays in some countries in Europe where we have a high participant level from Chinese universities. So this was the first question. Thank you very much. And the second one is yesterday, I think, Tools for Humanity, I don't know if you know this company. It's a German and USA-based company. They presented World App. Basically, that is basically an app which will integrate all the other apps and which will basically be used to certify that me, it's me, you, it's you, and so on and so forth. And then also because nowadays we are also in another level of cybersecurity. So we are in the era of deep fake. So for example, you need to certify that you are the one using your Zoom account and the face that your camera is detecting is actually yours. Yesterday they presented this up, so I don't know if you are aware about this company and what they are doing with also Sam Altman from OpenAI.
To be honest, no, I don't know them. As I understand it, they create a centralized management point for authentication and identity.
Yeah.
In general, I'm a bit wary about that because if you create centralized starting from the more simple password managers, you create one point of failure. So in general, in security, if you create one point of failure, it's not good for the level of security because if that one gets compromised, everything gets compromised. But it is convenient, obviously, because we all use password managers and something like that because we have thousands of passwords and different identities on every different services and so on. As for purely security, I would be wary, to be honest, of any centralized management. That is like national identities, for instance, when you need national identities for everything.
So I see it from like a WeChat American version, actually. Yeah. I still need to go in deep on that. I don't know if anyone here is more online with that, but yeah. So okay, yeah. Thank you. That was.
Yeah, that was my. I don't know the exact product, but it looks like some sort of centralized identity management system.
I think there is some more detailed stuff in the back, so not actually very centralized, but they will be using some how do you call it? This new the new chain. How do you call it?
And something like a Ethereum-based blockchain.
Yeah, blockchains, yeah. Probably. So yeah.
Ethereum is decentralized, but still, yeah. They're going to use smart contracts or something like that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. The blockchain is still a file somewhere, and it's still managed by someone, because at the end of the day, it's you have to demystify a lot of things, but I will get into it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do we really have a chance to avoid the single point of failure? Because we have operating systems, and in almost all operating systems, we have some backdoors. For example, if you take Google and its Android system, there is a lot of communication between your smartphone and the Google servers, even if you just turn on your smartphone and then turn it off.
That's true. That's true. That's why Google, that's because Google has a dominant position. So it's not only technical single point of failures, but also depending on one single actor like Google for a lot of things, maybe too many, but they gain that place. So it's not, it's also organizational, quote unquote, single point of failures, because we see what happened with Cloudflare a while ago. So they went down, basically after internet went down or something like that, because everyone was relying on that service. Google is the same. So that's why more diversity is always important. Yeah? That's how I see it, at least. Single point of failures is just, it is a technical terms in our realm, but not only technical. I mean, it's also depending on a single supplier or a single dominant service or company. Take ChatGPT, stupidest example. If you build the whole ecosystems of companies and services based on their LLMs, beside the fact that it's based in the US, etc., if they go bankrupt, all the companies that leeches on them goes bankrupt. So it's also service / operational. And it is even more important if we are starting to use AI and LLMs for something like investigations or public services and so on and so forth. That's our intent single point of failures in general. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, thanks.
Number one.
Thank you for your presentation. As you're coming from the standard, the development of standards and that kind of side of things, what, in your opinion, are the main hurdles of applying and starting using that standards? For example, from my perspective, is, for example, that in our organization, the head of a department makes all the decisions, and it's sometimes we're like refusing to add new things. So what are your opinion, the main hurdles of like adopting new standards or new security practices in organizations and businesses?
It costs money. No, but beside the joke, depends on which standard. So there are strictly technical standards like the encryption algorithms. So these are mainly technical things. Then there are other, we call still technical standards, but they are more like organizational, like the ISO 27K series, which is basically building a information security management system, it is called. So there are different levels in standards. On the technical level, there should be an incentive. So if we have in ETSI, which is one of the European organization, IoT, consumer cybersecurity baseline, which is also certifiable. So if it is certifiable, companies can get an incentive in applying the standards and certify the product because they could sell it. So it is, I have the label, little label there, and I can guarantee that there is at least a baseline of security for that product. Connected toys and so on and so forth. So standards are usually voluntary, so there must be an incentive to do that. Because the alternative is mandating the adoption by law. At the moment, you have very few examples of that. You have one in the US where the power companies are mandated to use technical standards for security, and some in Europe. And then you have a little more pressure applied, you know, like the new Cyber Resilience Act, for instance, where they say, okay, we develop the technical standards. They are voluntary. You can do whatever you want. But if you apply them and you are certified, you are presumed in compliance with the act. So that is a very strong incentive, but they come from outside. If not, it's an economical trade-off, as I see it, mostly for private organizations, unless they are technical standards in the strict sense that I have to do because every product complies with that, so I must do that, and something like that. I'm not sure what kind of standards we were talking about. I hope I answered. Yeah.
It's like a general question.
Yeah.
Just from general perspective, I think that the current approach is not, in Lithuania at least, is not really working. You have to have like directive from European direction to adopt some new security practices usually.
But everywhere is voluntary, so it's not a national problem. There must be some incentive to apply the standard. And that could work better if the companies or the actors at the end of the day will have to apply it are involved in developing those standards, and they're not just imposed from above or something like that. Yeah.
Yes, I think I will update and I will continue the question of my colleagues. So, yes, in general, there are no mandatory standards, let's say, specified by law, controlled by law, yeah? But for example, there are several standards, like, for example, payment card industry data security standard, PCI DSS, or others, yeah, which are required that you should be compliant to them from the business side. For example, this is the mandatory requirement for merchants, this is mandatory requirement for payment gateways, this is a mandatory requirement for let's say, payment centers and so on, payment processors. Yes, so you know, in case you would like to participate in business where kind of, let's say, credit or debit card transactions are processed, yes, so you need to be compliant to this kind of standard. Yes, but my question is as follows. So in general, now you presented in this diagram 1 or 2 slides regarding the NIST standards, yeah, USA based standards. But as you mentioned it, yes, we have the ISO standards group, International Standards Organization group, like big group of security-related standards, like 27,000. There are a lot of them. So, but they are, you know, not mandatory and compulsory for all the companies. So, what is your opinion?
Except one particular case in Italy, I interrupt you, but it's very weird. There are one case where they are mandatory, the ISO 27001, and it is the Italian agencies that pay for agricultural aid from the EU. They are mandated. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, okay, but it is not, you know, worldwide.
No. They are
it's kind of specific countries, specific areas, something, yeah. So, but what kind and what type of standards an IST or ISO you should recommend to use for companies? Because, you know, they're talking about the same things in general.
That's a very good question, which could have different answer depending on who you ask. So the standardization word is very weird, and in general it's like fast food joints. Maybe you like the results, but you don't want to know how they are produced, okay? That's what we say. So you have the international system like ISO/IEC at the global level and CEN and CENELEC in European level. So that system is multi-stakeholder, so everybody can participate in the standards development, even if, of course, big companies are advantages. They have an advantage because they can pay people full-time to do the technical work. So myself, for instance, I have to pay for myself and use the time if I want to participate in the work, but people from IBM or Airbus or whatever, they have departments inside of them that are devoted to working in standardization, so they can go to the ISO meetings and so on and so forth. But it is multi-stakeholder. Everybody can be there. It is a consensus procedure, and it may be very inefficient and long, and sometimes the European Commission is not happy about that. But usually what comes out of that process, the 27K or all the other ISO and CEN and CENELEC standards, are reflective of a wide variety of actors. Then you have ETSI, which is the third European standards development organization, where the main, it is membership based. You pay a fee to pay for play. So of course, big companies are advantaged, and it is global. That's another set of stakeholders which is a bit different from CEN and CENELEC. Then you have something like NIST. NIST has only one stakeholder, as I was saying, so the US government. So that's why I wanted to stress that it's important where the standards come from, because test different stakeholders involved, different interests, different strategic goals, and so on and so forth. Usually I'm more of a fan of the multi-stakeholder process. However, it is slow because we need to have a lot of meetings, you need to reach a consensus, you need to have revision upon revisions, and so on and so forth. What is happening in Europe, so I would rather use international standards rather than the NIST ones. However, there is a huge amount of very, very good work from NIST on risk analysis, on information security, risk management, on digital forensics. They're very, very good on that part. So you just need to be aware, unfortunately, of where the standards come from, and then you need to do an analysis of what is convenient for you, what is mandated, because yeah, financial sector is one place where you need to do something, so there is no discussion about that. And then you have to decide what to apply or not. You have to also an important thing is the standard certifiable or not? Because like I was saying that there was this standard for IoT consumer cybersecurity from ETSI, which is certifiable. So that's good because then if you have a product, you can have this small label on that and you can use it, etc. It's an evaluation that must be done. If it's not mandated by law, you have to do your own evaluation on what to apply. Technical standards, organizational standards, there are probably too many, but yeah. I kind of lost here. I answered the question?
Yeah, you answered the question because, yes, I understand.
You're bringing me to the standards world, so it's a
I
can be long-winded on that.
In general, all the standards are created and are based on the best practice of companies and of real-world processes. So, it is up to you what type of standards you prefer. So in general. Okay, thank you. Do we have more questions? Oh.
Thank you for your presentation. Of course, we can talk a lot about hardware, software solutions, about standards, but human factor is still called as the weakest point of the cybersecurity situation. So maybe you have some suggestions how to improve awareness campaigns for the human factor, maybe some ideas, new ideas.
I'm not sure. I kind of noted what is missing there. But I'm not a communication guy, so how to implement it, I will leave it to the communication guys, but people need to be more aware that if you are on the internet or in cyberspace, there are different interests. So it's not security, it's not a fit for all. What is good for me cannot be good for another entity or person, so this is something that is entirely missing that I see. That part should be part of the awareness campaigns. Unfortunately, many times the awareness campaigns are developed by the same actors that they don't want you to know. Okay, this is a bit of, but it's true. That part is completely missing. The other part is, I would like to see a little more widespread technical knowledge. I know it's hard, but at least you must be able to confront, to compare the tools you choose. Because as I said, this is a lemon market. If you don't know anything, you are totally in the hand of the better marketer. So you need to have a little more, not only, okay, don't click on this, don't click on that, but to be aware of the tools. I know this is the hardest part. However, if people have, I talk about the normal end users, have zero technical knowledge of what the tools is supposed to do and how, then you are completely in the hand of used car salesman, basically. I see those two points as the most lacking at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for keynote speaker. So.
Thank you again for having me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for participation. Thank you for keynote speaker. And now we'll have a short coffee break, and we will start our work in sections at 11 a.m. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. So, welcome to a special session on intelligent methods for data analysis and computer-aided software engineering, part 1. And we have minor updates here in our schedule. The first presentation we will skip because we can see the presenter online. So so we will start from the second presenter, Ilona Veitaitė. Then we will have one presentation moved from the second part of this of the session, Martynas Patašius, and then we will have the final presenter, Michael Scholz and Jörg Bauer. Yeah. So okay. So let's start from Ilona Veitaitė. So Ilona, you are welcome.
First, of course, thanks for organizers for having me here. And our presentation is based on the topic visualization examples in financial process mining. And I will present the small part of research results of our project. So I'm Ilona Veitaitė from Vilnius University, my colleague Audrius Lopato from the University of Technology, and Professor Saulius Gudas from Klaipėda University. And you can see here a short overview. And at first I would like to say that to present the examples of visualization, still you need to have some kind of introduction of our research, because the visualization examples are just a small part of our research, and sometimes even it was a little bit of side information because we were focusing more on the methodology of the analysis of financial data. So at first a little bit brief introduction and a little about the financial data mining and financial data space, then a little bit information about specification of financial process mining process, and then finally about the visualization examples. You will see several of them, and of course this list is not the final list. So firstly, talking about business process mining as a process, it is quite new expanding area, and with its own challenges, with its own problems, maybe mistakes during the process, and the tool to analyze the business activities, business processes, one of the most valuable is process mining, which helps us to transform the activities of the organization in a more comprehensible way, to see and analyze them in more convenient way for the financial analyst, because we have a lot of information technologies which are dedicated for the analysis of the data. But if we are talking about financial analyst, he focuses of course on the financial data analysis and what kind of data he will receive. Then he will evaluate this data and provide the conclusions. And our task was to process financial data in this way that this proceeded information, adapted information would be convenient for financial analysts. So talking about process mining itself as a process, basically it takes the information from management information systems of the companies, and with data mining techniques helps to transfer them in more understandable way. And in our case, in majority case, we use that for the analysis of the companies from the Netherlands, and during the project which we had I think finished a year ago, I suppose. So basically continuing the main concept of process mining, or main goal of it is, of course, to understand the as-is processes regarding behavior of the system of a company. And usually the data which is used for that is event data, event logs. And in these event logs, we can have the origin of the case. So talking about the process or its instance, we can define what kind of a process it was. For example, transfer of money from a bank account. We can see the activity, logging into the website of the bank. We can see timestamps, or duration, or the usage of the website, when the login was happening, when the logout was happening, and the activity owner, the person who was performing this action. And for that purpose, when we have this kind of information, of course, there are much more information, but in particular cases, this is quite partly enough to define some processes of the company. So during the process mining, there are a lot of data mining activities done, because the main idea is when you have the information, financial information like a general ledger of the company, you need to process some kind of data to make this data more usable for the further analysis. So there should be done some kind of transformations. So this information could be used for further analysis, for further activities of the analysis. So talking about data mining, as you know, there are three main goals: description, prediction, and prescription. And these goals are achieved through various data mining tasks, including classification, clustering, prediction, outlier detection, optimization, and visualization, which basically main goal of this presentation. But again, as I said, we need to present a little bit more about the topic itself. So talking about process visualization, again, this data, this financial data, can be presented in very different ways. And one of the ways is that this data can be presented through the cube operations, process cube operations, and another thing which is very important, and finally we'll go to some images to make more interesting and more understandable part of this presentation. So we have some kind of financial data space, and there are dimensions and dimension members which can be filled based on the information in company's general ledger. Regarding this information, we can continue with process models, like process maps. We can continue with statistical diagrams, schemas, graphs, etc., etc. So, as I mentioned about financial data space, of course, I need to present it. So, talking about financial data mining, we should know what kind of information we must to get from the general ledger, and what kind of information we can use to the financial data space. How can we fill this financial data space dimensions, and why we're doing that? Because when we have filled this financial data space dimensions with the exact numbers and values from the general ledger, we basically have multidimensional space, and this data can be sent to the process mining tool, and then it will help us to create process mining maps and other diagrams. So I talked a lot about financial data space, so it looks like that. It's a schematical principal schema. So we have dimensions which you can see can be named as financial statement category dimension, source document dimension, journals or subledgers dimension, timing, anomalies, internal external changes, location. So I think one of the most interesting, of course, the anomalies part, because the main task, of course, of any financial analyst is to find the anomaly or some kind of differences in financial data to suggest some kind of solutions for the company. But again, we did this kind of researches, and they are presented in several other papers. Now we are focusing a little bit on other things. So continuing about financial data space, so you can see dimensions, you can see the dimension members. So basically talking about each dimension, it can be filled by the data, which is got from the general ledgers, but this data is processed through the transformational algorithms. And in this case, we can fill very optimistic all dimensions, of course, but it depends what kind of data was in the company's general ledger. Because, for example, in Lithuania, when we're talking about financial documents, in majority there is a particular template for governmental tax institutions that companies must fill all the fields and cannot skip any of them, or maybe at least part of them. In the case of Netherlands companies, so they have the recommended template. There are some fields required, but part of the fields filling part depends on the company's decision. So sometimes talking about filling all the dimensions in financial data space is not very possible because there are missing data in the general ledger of a company. But we worked with what we had, so we still found the solution. We found the, let's say, minimal number of the particular values which can be included into financial data space, and we continued our results. So according to user-specific needs, so user, the financial analyst, the financial data, and the financial expert who analyzes this data can choose particular values of this financial data space dimensions, and these choices are relevant for his further analysis, are important for the specifying particular process mining project. And in this case, financial data records basically refers to the records of all the activities of the company entities, and we can have information about a particular event when we're having an event ID, activity, case, timestamp, so we can have duration and we can see what kind of activity was implemented. Another important thing to mention is that financial data space basically comprises a set of dimensions with meaningful names and the values, as we already have financial data set from general ledger, the process data. Then each dimension basically represents one axis on financial data space and consists of the members with the values as already mentioned. So basically talking about the value, we can have the data record fields regarding quantities, values, codes, amount of money, and we can, of course, combine these dimensions. And talking about different dimensions, we can create combinations of the members of different dimensions, and if they share at least one common attribute, the timing part, or for example the event ID, or some of the case ID. So continuing the analysis of financial data space, we can describe a little bit more detailed part related with the specification of financial process mining process. And the process of this, purpose of this process is of course based on the financial data space, and the idea is to fill as much dimension members according to the records which are processed as event logs from general ledger of the company. So in this case, we can see that each cell in the process cube, when we're analyzing the financial data space dimensions in the financial process mining project, we can define that in each cell we can have a certain event log, and which contains particular financial data records, and these records are associated with some process model. So basically this information is a given for the process mining tool, and based on that it can be created some process maps. But at first, of course, before the further process, we should discuss the process mining project and financial process cube dimensions, that they can be identified as follows. As you know, that talking about vertical dimension of the process cube, not about the financial data space. Now we are continuing with the process cube. So the vertical dimension represents case type of the activity in the financial documents. Horizontal dimension represents event class, so what happened, and the diagonal dimension represents timestamp, when it happened and what was the duration. Talking about the main possible process cube operations, so we have the slice operation, which produces a new subcube view by allowing the analyst to filter or to choose specific values for the attributes within one of the dimensions he chose. And this part, the other dimensions are removed from the visible part of the cube. In the dice operation, a subcube produced by allowing the analyst to filter and choose specific values for one of the dimensions, and in this case no dimensions are removed, but only the selected values. And there are two more operations. In the roll down and drill down operations, there are no removing of any dimensions or filtering any values, but showing the level of granularity. So in the roll down and drill down operations, there are higher or a bit lower number of level of granularity, and in roll up and drill up operations, they show the same data but with less granularity. So when we did this kind of activities, we can map the financial data space dimensions with the process cube dimensions, which basically is quite challenging process, but when we have the data which is processed from the general ledger, we know that this is correct data and it can be used for further process. These dimensions can be associated between each other in various ways depending on the financial analyst who will choose the particular elements, particular specific steps of the process cube activities. And then we are specifying the parameters for the process mining project according to the objective, what will the analysis being performed, and based on specification which we defined in the beginning, we basically provide the input for the process mining tool, and this tool creates the project of event log. And in this case, we have case types like case ID 1, case ID 2, which can be linked to financial process rules, constraints, and through data record attributes. These rules, based on the expert knowledge presented in natural language and formally specified using expressions such as if condition, then, and action, and decision tables. Now it sounds a bit very theoretical, but again, this part was just for introducing the topic itself, what we did regarding the analysis of the data, pre-processing the data from the general ledger, how to fill the financial data space. Now you see the mention of the expressions like if, then, and decision tables. So these can be used in the tool, for example, for business rules management like Camunda, to create the rules, to create the algorithm, how to manage the data. And for example, algorithm can be dedicated for the findings of the level of Altman model, for example, to find the bankruptcy level or potential bankruptcy of the company, or to define some kind of anomaly. But in case you're interested in this part, you should check our previous work. Today we're focusing on the visualization part, and finally I got to the part of the example. So as I mentioned, a short reminder. So in the process mining tool, we had the input of the data, process data from the general ledger. So our result is the process mining execution result is discovered process model. So in this case, we graphically see a process map. In this case, maybe not very readable one. In the paper, it is better quality. Sorry for that. So in this case, we can see process map and process model parameters, basically static data. So in this case, the process mining model parameters are calculated by the PM tool, process mining tool, and can visually show what kind of transfers was done between the elements, between the documents, depending on which dimension was filled of the data from the general ledger of the company. Then continuing, you will see several examples of different types of visualization as it was done through the different experiments. And the main goal is not to present each experiment separately. The main idea to show the variety of possible visualization examples. So I will shortly outline the description of the experiment itself, what was the purpose and what was the result, regarding the definition of the result and visual result in the diagram or schema. So first example is the experiment with the expenditure event log, where the two projects was developed based on expenditure meta model. So in the first project, the mandatory sequence of records of source documents in database in journal names and account names was used. And the second one was the mandatory sequence of records in journal names plus account names in database associated with source documents. So basically, different perspective of the data was chosen for separate projects, but the purpose was to create the same expenditure meta model. And in roll-up operation along the dimension A, where you remember is financial statement category, so we had the debit-credit operation, and these accounting rules were transformed of the pattern of debit-credit operations. And for example, in this diagram, we can see the time period from 2012 until 2019. And in this pattern, we can see, based on the result we received from the tool, with the data, real data from the data set, making possible to see debit-credit transactions over time periods. Of course, it can be done yearly, it can be done monthly, it depends what the financial analyst is searching for. But the idea that having this data transformed and used by the tool and received this kind of the diagram may show the relation between debit-credit transactions and related with some time periods, and to make some kind of conclusion. So basically, in some cases, it can be very good advantage for the financial analyst regarding some findings. Next example is Sankey diagrams, in this case for the monthly period. So basically, these diagrams enable financial auditors and analysts to quickly grasp the flow of the funds transferred between general ledger accounts. So we have list of accounts, and we can find them to see the flows of these funds. And again, when we see the transfer between the funds, between the accounts, we can see and define some kind of activities. So such diagrams again can provide the insight of the business cycles of the organization, especially when some of them are repeating. And in these examples, you will see two of them. There was adaptation for the same organization over two. You will see two elements, two diagrams for two periods, but in total there was analyzed 7 periods of the company, timing periods, and this is for the 4th and 7th month of the year. So first Sankey diagram shows that during period 4, organization has sold goods and services and received payment from customers' operations, say OMZ and DEP and LIM. And biggest part of the received cash was used to pay to the creditors, so LIM and CRI. In the next diagram, we have period number 7. So organization has received payment from the customers, DEP and LIM, and large part of received funds used to pay to the creditors. Now it seems may be very tricky, but when you are doing this step by step and see all the periods of company transfers, you may have some kind of insight. So for example, in this case, based on these two examples, we can say that organization purchases from creditors and pays next month. Then sales of customers pay once in a 2 months after significant expenses to the creditors, and the customers pay next month after the invoices. It seems quite simple explanation, but it confirmed by the graphical view and can may richer the conclusions of the financial analyst, concluding his ideas related with the analysis of the financial flows between the accounts. Next example, so the experiment with maximum spanning trees. So by its nature, records of the general ledger correspond to the directed graph from graph theory, where accounts of the general ledger could be considered as nodes and operation as edges. So a minimum spanning tree is a subset of the edges of a connected edge-weighted graph that connects all the vertices together without any cycles and with a minimum possible total edge weight. But again, let's go to the visual part. It will be more interesting. So here we have two maximum spanning trees. So for 2012 and 2013. So these two figures present the same company. And basically, it is quite easy to understand depiction of the main funds flow between the accounts. Again, different visualization type, but again, movement of the funds between the accounts. So by comparing
graphs from different periods, changes in accounting or business activities could be identified and could be helpful for the financial analyst. Last example with the autocorrelation to find changes in time series, and I'm also a bit short of time, so I'll try to be faster. So in the first diagram, we see the power of spectrum of the autocorrelation functions of the organization as the dependence on number of sales operations per day. And we can see that this result shows that the organization has not bad expressed periodicity of sales operating per day. And the next example shows the spectrum of the autocorrelation function of average sales sum per day for the organization. So again, this can show these experiments can show that some organizations could possibly identify particular patterns using these kind of tools, especially analyzing operations per day, but again, it may vary depending on the organization which uses these tools, depending on the field of choice of the company. And let's go to conclusions. So basically the main idea that process mining as a tool for analysis of financial data of the company is quite productive tool. When you have well-prepared additional methods and tools like a financial data space, strictly defined what kind of dimensions you are planning to fill, what kind of values you can get from the general ledger. So when you have correctly gathered data, and you can adapt and use it for the thorough analysis. And one of the possible results can be visual examples of particular information of the company. So debit credit informations, it can be financial flow information with different type of diagrams, as you saw the Sankey diagrams or maximum spanning trees, and also autocorrelation as a more mathematical, let's say, could provide also a lot of information for us. So shortly, these results are part of the research project results of Enterprise Financial Performance Data Analysis Tools platform, and much more are in our other researches. So in case you are interested, I will provide you information in more detail. So thank you very much, and I'm waiting for some questions if I have time.
Okay, thank you very much for Ilona. Do we have questions?
Thank you. It was very interesting to see all the possibilities that we have based on that data. Do you also plan, or maybe did you already conduct some empirical experiments in order to find out how the users perceive these different visualizations and what they can really learn from them?
Basically, in our project, we analyzed financial data. As I said, we did quite many experiments, either visual ones. We also created the tool on the platform of Camunda as a business rule tool. And we had a direct algorithm for define based on Altman formula to define the bankrupt or level of potential bankruptcy of the company. So this was tested on the real data of the company. So basically it confirms that is possible, because as we already analyzed the historical data, and we found that it is potential that some companies will be facing with bankruptcy, and later seeing the results of the companies, we saw that it confirmed. So basically we analyze that, but maybe not the perceivement of the users, as you mentioned. We do not know a feedback. We know that our solution was right.
In general, I would like to update. So this our research, it was with part of commercial product. Yeah, and we did it, we tested it, the commercial company approved it, and now I think that we use this commercial products, and this commercial product is used by external and internal audits. Yeah, auditors, because now the main challenge and the main purpose was to decrease the level of empiricism. Yeah, because now auditors, we are working according to their own experience. When it comes there, they open some data, and they feel what rows they should check and which one don't. Yeah. So in general, this proposal and our survey and solution, it will able to decrease the level of empiricism because they can choose according the necessary parameters. They can, in using process mining techniques, we're able to mine in general kind of processes and which consist kind of gaps. And it in general, it should help them, yeah? And that's the purpose and what's the idea and what this is the result.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. More questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have online our first presenter, I think, yes?
Should be joining in a minute now.
Do we still have?
He's joining.
Ah, he's joining, okay. Perfect. So the presenter will be Georgi Kapanadze, and the title of presentation should be Development of Decision-Making Support System for Website Selection. So, could you please share your slides,
Hello,
Georgi?
colleagues.
Hello.
I want to start our work. Now we are from Georgia, from ICIST State University. I am and Sergut Sidarmoa, professor of Georgia University. Now I will want to show our presentation. I want to share my screen. And our work is about development of a decision-making support system for website selection. And our work is about the development of a web-based website selection decision support system, which involves the development of system data model, algorithm, and user interface. The work proposes evaluation criteria for website based on search engine optimization metrics. The system's algorithms rank websites based on many criteria. This allows the user of the system to use the evaluation criteria offered by us, and in case of desire, to increase the number of evaluation criteria. The algorithm is partially expert because the evaluation criteria proposed by us are not evaluated by a human expert. Their value will be determined by the system for the corresponding websites. And as for the evaluation criteria added by the user, it is evaluated by a human expert. This system will enable the user to select the best website for their business quickly and easily without excessive cost. The development of the internet and the technologies has led to increasing demand for online sales. Online sales are an effective and convenient way for businesses to increase brand awareness, credibility with potential customers and sales. So the internet and the technologies entities and companies sell their product and services. Moreover, companies create their websites for online sales, which is associated with high costs. Therefore, it is difficult for subjects, small and medium-sized companies, to pay the maintenance costs. To solve the maintenance problem, there are many web pages that allows business to post information about their product.
Excuse
Or
me,
service.
excuse me,
So that- yeah,
excuse me. Could you please turn on the full screen mode?
Sorry?
Could you please turn on the full screen mode on PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Nowadays, there are many such websites. Their abundance creates a need for companies to be able to make the right choice in selecting a website. A general criterion for selecting a website for a business is that the site should be easily searchable and visible to the user. Search engine optimization and various other factors are responsible for this. Websites that rank high in search engines are considered to meet high quality and credibility standards, thus increasing the credibility of that business. So, to good SEO, a business can direct its services or products to not one but several target audiences at the same time. If this process is effective, it simultaneously and equally includes those customers who may be interested in its product. There are many SEO metrics that can be used to determine how advanced the website in search engines. The use of this helps us to select a high-rated web page for our business, which is currently naturally issues for business. The main problem belongs to decision-making tasks. Decision-making tasks are analytically tasks that allows based on primary information to gain new knowledge about the emerging situation, to deeply understand the current processes and accordingly to make the right decision. The urgency of the issue stems for the great practical importance of solving the problem based on the relevance of the mentoring problem. The goal of our work is to develop a web-based web services selection decision support system, which will allow users to choose the best website for their business. Thus, the novelty of the search research includes the development of a decision-making support system and its components, so that users can choose the best website for their business quickly and easily. SEO metrics are a way to measure our search engine optimization performance and make corrective changes based on metrics. When creating a website, if key metrics are not considered, the website's ability and search engine ranking will be overlooked. The metrics are extremely important and directly impact Google's ranking factors. One of the reasons why search engine optimization can be effective is to control the metrics data and measure everything. SEO metrics provide key insight into how your organic search strategy is performing. In addition, SEO metrics can be called vital data points of a website to create better strategy or to drastically improve an existing strategy. Simply put, if we cannot measure it, we cannot manage their data. Without detailed monitoring, it is impossible to discover the website's potential and increase both organic search traffic and revenue. I want to speak about organic traffic. This is our visitors who come to the website from various sources. Simply put, it's traffic. The sources include search engines such as Google, Yahoo, Bing, and organic traffic is the most important form of traffic websites can be received. All this is much more important than paid traffic or traffic from social media network. Keyword ranking is a web page ranking and position in search result for specific words. Most web pages have multiple keywords with navigation to different pages. Search result will vary based on what Google has defined to the most relevant for the particular search word or class. Search visibility. This metric represents the estimated monthly traffic received by monitoring the keywords in project. Click-through rate, this is a ratio that shows how often people click in depending compared to who viewed the links. Bounce rate is an important metric to measure users' engagement on each page of websites. Website authority over time, this is a SEO concept that involves the overall power of a particular domain. Page speed, this is loading speed, which measures how quickly the content of a web page loads. Conversion rate and SEO conversion rate is a percentage of a specific action taken by organic websites visitor. The problem is about choosing high-ranking websites for businesses to post information about their services and products. The problem is similar to pages. For example, S, S1, S2, S3, and a set of evaluation criteria C, which may represent SEO metrics we consider as well as user-defined evaluation criteria. For each SI site, we need to define SG, the CG, the value of the metric. As a result, we need to define a decision matrix based on which we need to calculate the weight for the evaluation criteria and ranking the web page in order to select the best one. The decision matrix has a following form. We can say XIG in the decision matrix for the evaluation criteria proposed by us is done automatically by means of a special API. And the evaluation added by the user for the criteria is done by the user. Based on our concept, we had purchased the SEO metrics evaluation services, a once-month package for a specific provider. So that today there are many providers that provide us with their service. We had to conduct a study for the validity of the data received from them. To do this, we select 3 additional providers, of which we use the trial demo version and conducted the experiments with specific 5 websites, the results of which are presented in the tape. We have not presented the providers to the ethical forms, and we have named the API 1, API 4, 3, and other. As a result of this experiment, it becomes clear that they do not give identical results, and there is a difference between them. It should also be noted that the services of all 4 providers are paid and have a set limitations. As the table shows, the use of existing API services is associated with high cost, which creates a significant barrier for organizations, especially startup companies with a limited budget. This economic barrier requires the development of more cost-effective API alternatives that can provide users with similar, if it's not better, services at prices that would not be accepted. Therefore, our next task is to develop our own services that provide a solution to the mentoring problem, on which we have already started work actively. As we mentioned, the problem of selecting websites was presented a decision-making task. For the solution of such task, it is relevant to use such type of information system called decision-making support system. A decision support system is a special type of model or knowledge-based information system designed to support decision-making. A decision support system includes 4 main components: a database, an algorithm, a graphical interface, and user. The database contains data model and knowledge bases collection of models and consequently the graphical user interface. The model uses the model of optimization, simulation, or other algorithm with calculation and analysis. These models allow the decision-making system not only for providing users with information, but they also help them to make a decision. One of the necessary components of a decision support system is an algorithm that defines the functional core of system. In our case, the algorithm is a website ranking algorithm based on the entropy, weight, and Topsis method of multi-criteria decision analysis. The entropy weight method is used to calculate the weight value of the evaluation criteria. The use of the mentoring method is conditioned by the specificity of the problem, because in our case, the evaluation criteria values are not fully determined by human experts. Thus, the biggest advantage of the entropy weight method is not to avoid the interface of human factors on the weight of the indicators, which enhance the objectivity of the evaluation result. Topsis is a multi-criteria expert method that is mechanisms for evaluating, ranking, and selecting alternatives. The Topsis method has many advantages in the multidimensional space of the data processes. It is easy to use and programming. The number of steps remains the same regardless of their increase in the number of attributes. The disadvantages of the method is that the use of Euclidean distance does not make into account the ratio of attributes. First step is determination of the decision matrix. To determine the decision matrix, the user must define the alternatives. Using a special API, we must evaluate the given alternatives according to the criteria. Next step is to calculation of evaluation criteria weights. And after that, next step is normalization of the decision matrix by means the following formula. Next step is calculate the entropy using the following formula. And next step is calculate the vector of weights. And next step is ranking of alternatives. Normalize the matrix using the following formula. And next step is determine the weighted normalized matrix. Define positive ideal and negative ideal solution as follows. And determine the distance to the ideal positive and ideal negative decision for each alternatives. And after that, we calculate the alternatives closest to the ideal decision. The decision uh, the decision support system for selecting websites is designed to have two independent yet interconnected layers, backend and frontend. Each layer operates independently but unlimitedly forms a flexible and scalable system who combine. The backend of the system is implemented as a service-oriented architecture that provides RESTful APIs, allowing the front-end application to make requests for retrieving, modifying, or performing other operations on data. The backend architecture is composed of the following layers. First layer is presentation layers. This layer contains control that handle incoming requests from the front-end application. They processes the request, manage data transfer object, and forward them to the application layer. Application layer. This layer encompasses business logic services and handles communication with other layers through details. It processes business operations and data manipulation. Domain layer. This layer stores domain models and business logic objective essential to the system functionality. Infrastructure layer. This layer manages database operation using entropy framework to interact with the database. The front-end application is a single-page application that provides a user interface. It uses API calls to request or update data as necessary. One of the components of the decision-making support system is a database which represents the data provision of the decision-making support system. In our case, the system database is developed in MySQL database management system. The diagram of the developed database is presented in the figure. Depending on the architecture of the system, each software provision is realized in backend and frontend parts. The backend of the system is developed using .NET, ASP.NET Core App, and the frontend is developed using React.js library. The mentoring architecture of the system allows, in addition to the independent of use of the system, its integration into various systems, which significantly increases the efficiency of its use. Depending on the architecture of the system, its software provision is realized in backend and the front end parts. The backend of the system is developed using .NET Core App, and the front end is developed using React.js library. The maintained architecture of the system allows, in addition to the independent use of the system, its integration into various systems, which significantly increase the efficiency of its use. And now I want to show our application. There is a user interface, and we have here two inputs. First input is the problem of selecting websites. We can select a problem websites, and after that there is search description, and we can add a problem. After that, there is a name of the websites.
Sorry,
and
we
also,
can't.
there is some. We
Sorry,
need
sorry, we can't see application. We can see PowerPoint slide only.
Okay. Sorry. This is our application, and we had a problem on servers, and this is old version. And here we can write a problem of selecting websites, and there is also a short description. After that, we can add our problem, and the next step is we can input the URL of websites and the problem of selecting websites. Now we can choose problem 2. There and also there is parameters. We can add or delete these parameters, and after that there is assessment criteria. And this is a SEO metrics criteria, organic traffic, keyword ranking, and other. And the user also can manually customize it, add its own parameters. After that, we can see decision matrix. This is parameters. And after that, we can view action, and also we can ranking these parameters, and also automatic calculating of weights.
Are you with us?
Yes. Sorry. And finally, their work presented a decision-making support system. Support system for the selection of websites developed as a result of research. Users of the system are allowed to create their own space by registering in the system, in which they can evaluate it and select websites. We have proposed 8 criteria for evaluating websites, which are based on search engine optimization metrics. But this does not limit the user to increase or decrease the evaluation criteria of websites in order to adapt their own business requirements as much as possible. A research-based website selection decision support system is a flexible tool for business to facilitate the website's evaluation and selection process and select the best website to display information about their product or service. It should be noted that one of the limitations of the system is that the values of evaluation criteria, which represent SEO metrics, are calculated without another paid APIs. To overcome this limitation, we are actively working to develop our own API. We are actively working to implement the system in the pilot mode. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have questions? Okay, so I have one question. And what was the most biggest challenge during this research for you?
The biggest challenge was to choose best API services. It was our challenges.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you. And I would like to ask Ilona Vitaite come here because I forgot to give the certificate.
Thank you very much.
And okay, now we'll have next presenter moved from session number 5, Martinas Patasius. So.
Hello, I'm Martinas Patasius, and I'll present a work concerning single transferable vote. So what is a single transferable vote? It is the voting method used in, for example, Ireland, Australia, Malta. And, well, how does it work? In its case, the voters make preference lists. That is, they have to list the candidates in the order of preference, which of them they like most. Then at each step, when we calculate, if there is a candidate that has more first places than the vote quota, that candidate is elected. If there are no such candidates, then candidate with the least number of first places gets eliminated. And in both cases, other candidates move up. That is, the votes are transferred, which gives us the name of this method. So to take a small example, let's say that we have some votes distributed with several lists. So with candidate A, for example, given the first place in 10 votes and so on. And then the quota is 7. And we can see that there are 10 votes and 7 are enough to elect a candidate, so A gets elected, and 7 votes have been subtracted, and the candidate has been removed. So those 3 remaining votes move on to candidate B. So next, as no candidate got elected, at this point we eliminate D, who has no first places. Eventually we eliminate B, so as this candidate also has the least amount of first places, and eventually we elect C. So how does the method compare with the ordinary method, which is used in Lithuania, the largest remainder method? Well, actually, it can achieve pretty much the same results if there are enough candidates. However, single transferable vote can achieve that proportional representation without needing explicit party lists, and is therefore convenient when such party lists are not very convenient. So, for example, in case of election of the Senate of university, student representation, and the like. So, an algorithm for implementing single transferable vote based on party lists have been made. If necessary, it's in a different paper. And the idea is that, how is it based on party lists? So if we have the party lists given in an election based on largest remainder method, we would select one of those lists. In such an election, we could choose not merely one list, but one order of those lists. And therefore, if, let's say, one list does not need those surplus votes, those get transferred to another one. So the ordinary implementation of single transferable vote has such time complexity, and there are some cubes, some squares, and implementation based on party lists has everything linear with one big exception, that is the number of party lists has a pretty high degree, 6. So as long as there are not many party lists, it is going to work faster than the ordinary implementation. If there are many party lists, it's going to be much slower. So what if we use that single transferable vote as in Ireland or Malta or Australia? What if we do not have those explicit party lists? Well, maybe it is possible to make simulated ones from the preferences given by the voters. So a couple of definitions, that is, we can have a set of simulated party lists, and a minimum set of simulated party lists would be the set which has the lowest cardinality. And then there are some theorems, pretty simple. That is, for example, one saying that if we have simulated party list with candidates given in the same list in some order, then they have to be in the same order in all the preference lists. Also, that it is possible to make some set of simulated party lists for whatever preference list we have by simply giving each candidate a separate simulated party list. Also, if there are some candidates which are not in any preference list because they have been truncated, because let's say the voters did not want to waste their time listing every single candidate, then we can simply put them into a separate list, and the order does not matter. Also, if we have already a set of simulated party lists, we can split each of them. And also, if we have a minimal simulated party list, then every candidate at the beginning of each of those simulated party lists will have to be either at the beginning of some preference list, or not at any preference list, or would follow some different candidates in different preference lists. So finally, there is a condition for having the minimum set of simulated party lists. If no pair of party lists can be replaced by concatenation, then we have that minimum set. So after that, we can actually make those simulated party lists. So at first, let's say that the first party list includes every single candidate. Then by corollary 1, all candidates next to each other in that list would also have to be next to each other in simulated party lists. Therefore, what can we do? We can go through all the preference lists and mark in the first preference list all the candidates which are either first in the current preference list or follow some other candidate than the one which they followed in the first preference list, or they come in the first preference list after the candidate which was at the end of the current preference list. So afterwards, we can split that preference list by those marked candidates, and voila, we have that minimal set of simulated party lists. But all that starts with assumption that all candidates are in the first list. what if they are not? So if they are not, we have to actually construct such a first list. So we can start with whichever list is first or longest. That does not really matter all that much. Then we have to go through all the other lists and add all the candidates which are not yet in that first one in the same order. And well, it sounds too simple to be true, but it's actually safe to do it. For if we take a candidate at the beginning of such series, he will also have to be at the beginning of a simulated party list. So finally, if we go through all of the lists and some candidate is not in any of them, then we can just add them in any order. Now the time complexity of both such algorithms is OCV, that is, it's linear, and the reason is that in both cases we have to go through all the preference lists exactly one time. So there was a numerical experiment where we had preference lists generated almost randomly by taking views of candidates and of voters represented in either one-dimensional space, that is by a normal right-to-left political spectrum, or in 2 dimensions, that is by taking some sort of views concerning one question and another question. And we assumed that each voter is going to try to select the candidates which are closest to his own views. So we looked at the times of calculations and the number of simulated party lists. And what has been found? Well, the time for making the party lists, it does not really look very interesting. It was said that it was linear, and well, it was linear. Now the number of party lists is a bit more interesting and somewhat disappointing, for it is rather high, even if the number of voters and candidates was not very high. Also, in 2-dimensional case, perhaps more realistic case, we have the number of party lists converge to the maximal value pretty soon. So it follows that while we have a method which could be used to simplify such calculations, and the time complexity of those algorithms is pretty good, linear. Also, it does not seem to be possible to improve it, as well, it's probably impossible to do something without going through all preference lists at least once. Unfortunately, this does not seem to be a good way to actually simplify calculations for arbitrary usage of single transferable vote. So there are 2 possible solutions. Instead of that, we could either improve that algorithm based on the party lists, so that, for example, it could handle lists having some candidates in common, or by limiting the choices. That is, for example, by using explicit party lists and listing them in some specific order, just as it was shown in one of the previous slides. So that's it. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have questions? Okay, so I would like to ask one question. So now we are in the progress of elections into the parliament of Lithuanian Republic. So what should be your, let's say, proposal or suggestions for the heads of chief election commission?
Well, as the Chief Election Commission does not really make the law as such, it's probably best to follow just as the law prescribes for now. Maybe to try such a method for the next election cycle.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a certificate. Okay. Yes, thank you. So good. So we have a final presentation for this session today. So Michael Scholz and Jörg Bauer. So you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Michael Scholz, and I'm a researcher from the Deckendorf Institute of Technology in Germany, together with my colleague Jörg Bauer. Yeah, thanks. I was involved in a project where we cooperated with a medium-sized company in Germany, and the problem of that company, as well as of several other companies, is that they got a lot of order documents, mainly as PDF documents, and then they have to manually go through that documents and parse all the information listed on that documents. And we just tried to implement some algorithms that help such companies in order to automate this process. So we are, or I am just talking about such order documents, and as you can see, these documents typically include several entities, for example, the address, the order number, the order date, and a table consisting of all of the order positions. My part in this project was to design algorithms for extracting the order positions from such a table, and the part of my colleague was to extract all the other information, for example, the address, and so forth and so on. The problem with PDF-based order documents is that they come in different languages, and there are not only different languages across different PDF documents, there might be also different languages on just one document. If, for example, a company from France is ordering something here from a company in Lithuania, then you will find maybe the company's address, the company's name in French, and maybe some other information in English, maybe a mixture of English and French sometimes, but there are often different languages on just one document. You will see different layouts because every company is using its own layout, and there are, of course, also some companies using different layouts for different orders. I don't know why, but that's what we have seen. you will see different formats for just one and the same entity. So for a date on an order document, you will find, I guess, 10 different formats or so. And there's just a distinction between so-called text-based and image-based PDF documents, because if you are just using an ERP system and you're automatically generating an order document, then it includes the text in a digital readable manner. But sometimes companies send orders just by fax, and then you need to scan the fax, and at the end you have a PDF document that is image-based, so you only have some image information. And last but not least, on order documents, you sometimes have invalid or inconsistent information, or you just have a lag because some important information are missing. So there are companies that ordering some things without a quantity, or maybe without an article ID, and then you just have a description that not only helps you to correctly identify what's the company going on to order. And therefore, you often have some very high effort to manually extract all this information. There's a nice solution. We could use electronic data interchange. The idea is that we have two companies. Company A is ordering something from company B, and they just can export the order document in their format, company A's side. Then EDI comes into play. You have to implement a converter that converts your document into a standard format, which is then sent over the internet to company B. Company B, again, is using a converter to transfer the standard format into their format. The problem here is that there are very high costs and, of course, also very high complexity on both sides. And if you, as company B, have multiple customers, maybe hundreds or thousands of customers, then you might have to implement hundreds of converters, because each of those companies is using its own formats and its own standards. And that's what's increasing the costs and the complexity. And furthermore, yeah, sometimes company B wants to have some additional documents beside the order document, because they want to have a technical sketch or a description how to package the articles that have been ordered or something like that. And then the companies start to just send some additional documents, and they definitely will end up sending all of the documents related to the order directly without using EDI. So we need some extractors that are able to extract at least the order position table, and there exist a lot of algorithms that can extract tables in general. For example, table.net is a deep learning algorithm that can extract tables in general, but tables in general are slightly different, at least slightly different to order tables. Order tables are specific because multiple text lines might correspond to one and the same table row. And that's what you cannot see in all tables. For example, if you have a scientific table containing regression results or something like that, then each text line will correspond to just one table row. Furthermore, we often have such an alternating row structure. So in the first text line of our row, we have quite a different table structure than in the second, third, and so forth text line for one and the same row. And that makes it quite complicated because we have many table structures that are mixed in one table. We also have relations between columns, and at the end, of course, we want to have extracted tables that definitely will follow these relations and do not consist of any inconsistencies. And last but not least, order tables often are spread over multiple pages, which makes it again quite hard, especially if, for example, on the first page, you might have 5 rows, and on the second page, just 1 row. So to find out that that is 1 row that also belongs to the table on the first page is quite hard, especially for the existing algorithms. All right, so our idea was to implement a new algorithm that is based on several heuristics as well as a clustering algorithm. Our algorithm starts with extracting the first page of an order document so that we can then detect the language of that document, and in the third step, extract the complete text. That is especially possible, necessary if you have image-based PDF documents, because an OCR scanner requires the language in order to correctly detect accents or hijacks or some special symbols, and therefore we first started with the first page. Thereafter, when we have extracted the text, we generated a common word table. So we just put the text into a checkered sheet where each of the checks in the sheet, each of the cells corresponds either to a blank or to exactly 1 letter, 1 digit, or 1 symbol. And based on this checkered sheet, based on this table, we generated a binary matrix where each of the cells either corresponds to a blank and then it gets a 0, or corresponds to exactly 1 letter, 1 symbol, and so forth and so on, and then it gets a 1. Once we have that matrix, we transform this matrix into a cluster word start pattern matrix, where we only leave those ones marking the beginning of a word. We did the same with the end of a word. So now we just have the beginnings of all of the words in our text lines. And based on that matrix, it also becomes clear for a human there are some patterns that we can identify. And that's the main idea. We then can use a clustering algorithm, and we implemented a clustering algorithm that starts with no clusters and iterates over all of the text lines. Starts with the first text line, because the first text line cannot be similar to any of the clusters. There are no clusters at the beginning. So the first text line will create its own cluster, the first cluster. We can then go through the second text line and compare the second text line to all the existing clusters, whether there's some similarity or not. And similarity is calculated based on the nearest distances of the ones in the pattern for one text line compared to the pattern of a cluster that we are currently setting as a reference. So here you can see the text line we want to compare starts on the second position with a 1, so just a word start, and the reference cluster has a word start on position number 7, so there are 5 positions in between, and therefore the distance is 5. We will do the same for all the other ones and end up with a sum of 6 divided by 3 word starts is an average distance of 2, and the average distance is what we use for calculating the similarity between a text line and several potential clusters. Once we have identified the clusters, we typically have multiple clusters. So for example, one cluster for all the first text lines of all the rows, and other clusters for all the other text lines for a table row. And then we can try to identify the columns, maybe split or merge some columns based on the data types we find in those columns. So if there, for example, is one column that includes only integers, then it can be the position or it can be the quantity. All right, so at the end, we have an algorithm that hopefully can identify many things based on an order table, and we compared our algorithm to existing ones. Here in this table, you can see the comparison to PDF to table as well as tabular. And we used 115 order documents in 3 different languages. And those documents consisted of 450 order positions but only 425 of them were described by an article ID. Our algorithm was able to identify 109 out of the 115 tables, so it just said, okay, there is an order table, whereas the other two were not able to correctly most of the order tables in those documents. So they're just generated for table extraction in general, but not for extracting order tables. And the same is for all the other measures. Our algorithm was better also in identifying the quantity, the unit price, and the total price. Since we submitted the paper, we were able, based on some heuristics, to even improve these measures a little bit. But at the end, we are still not at an accuracy of 100%, definitely. So we can use our accuracy also for other business documents, but at the end, because the accuracy is not at the level of 100%, companies have to check whether the information that has been extracted is correct or not. And therefore, although there is some support, the companies need a manual step in order to check what has been extracted. But based on some evaluation with our company partner, we have seen that we definitely can reduce the time for extracting the information. All right, I will show you how it works a little bit. So we implemented everything. Oh, I first have to share my screen. Yeah, we implemented everything in R, and we will publish that as an R package, so it should be also available for others. And that's the original document that you can see here. And that's the table that we extracted based on that document. The good thing here is we do not need any documents as a training set, because it's just a clustering base, so an unsupervised method mixed with some heuristics. And therefore, I am able to also use, for example, English texts. So here's an English document with a different layout, but at the end, our tool was able also to here correctly identify the information. And because nowadays we have ChatGPT, I translated one of my example documents into Lithuanian. I don't know if the translation is really correct. So here you can see a Lithuanian order document, and without any changes of the source code and without any training, our parser also was able to identify the positions on that document. And that is one of the advantages, especially for companies that have multiple customers and customers that are quite fluent in switching. So without any training, they can use our tool in order to extract whatever they want to extract from such a document. All right, that's all. And if you have some questions, it would please me to enter the discussion with you. Thanks.
Okay, do we have questions?
Yes, what type of distance was used? Was it Hamming?
No, it was an Euclidean distance.
Okay.
More questions? Maybe I would like to ask one question. Okay, what you plan to do in order to increase the level of accuracy?
Yeah. use, that's what we implemented after we submitted the paper, we use the relation between unit price, quantity, and total price, because sometimes there are also mistakes directly on the order documents, and sometimes there are some mistakes based on our parser. And when using that relation, we were able to correct some of the misleadingly detected information about these columns. That's one of the ideas. Another idea, of course, is that it might be possible to also use some content information. That's what we tried to avoid in our algorithm, and therefore it also is working with Lithuanian language. We do not use, for example, the table header. That's what we also could include, so that the table header could give us some further information about what is listed in all of the columns. And that definitely could also help to better identify the information. Of course, at the cost of then needing to maintain the possible strings that could pop up in the table header.
Okay, and second question, what will be the final solution? Will it be the kind of commercial product in the box, or will it be kind of plug into somewhere?
Yeah, rather the last one. So my colleague already implemented a REST API so that you can use your own software. Because most companies already have a software for managing the order documents, and then you can just improve that software or develop a plugin that can talk with our API, get all the information from that, and then directly send it to maybe the ERP system or whatever software the company is using.
Okay, thank you. More questions?
You mentioned about the structural part of the table, that the first row is column titles and then the text and the columns. But when we have an ordinary table, let's say we have the row with, let's say, column titles, then we have text, and then we have again the column with the titles in the same table, row with the titles in the same table. Does it make more difficult to do, or it's based on the same algorithm and it's possible to detect several titles in several rows? Is possible?
It is possible, not at the same accuracy as when you just have one table, definitely, but it is possible, and it depends a little bit on also what if the structure really is the same, or if there are some shifts in the columns. That's what we have seen sometimes. So the table in general is the same with the same columns, but the sizes of the columns might be different, and sometimes there are some switches from maybe some left aligned column in the first table to right aligned column, and then it's quite hard to map everything. So it is possible in general, but based on all of these things, it just reduces the accuracy.
So it depends on the creativity of the table, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Okay, no questions. So thank you very much. So this is the certificate for you, and this is for you. So, okay, thank you. So okay, thank you very much for participation in this section. So the section is closed. Now we'll have a lunch break, and after that we will have another section chaired by Associate Professor Ilona Veitaitė. So thank you. colleagues. Welcome to the second part of a special session on intelligent methods for data analysis and computer-aided software engineering. And this session will be chaired by Ilona Vytaitė from Vilnius University.
So, thank you. Hello, everyone again, and we will start our session. So, we will have 4 presenters, 4 papers presented. So, let's follow the agenda, about 20 minutes for each. And the first paper, Risk Management Methodology in Agile Projects Using Calculations Based on Attributes, will be presented by Lina Besikirskienė. So, please, floor is yours.
Now I can choose the one that I like, right? Okay, do I need to have a microphone?
No, it's enough to sit. Microphone is there. Or you want to walk?
I can use the microphone, thanks. It's on already?
Yeah.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm Lina, and today I'm representing a paper with my colleague Adela. And today we decided to brought on the table a topic that is very important in our field, because both of us are working in industry as well as in university. But from industry, we like to bring some topics that we see in like challenges in our daily life. So I'd like to ask initially from you guys, I know that lunch break was a long one, and sometimes after the lunch is a little bit tricky to get focus. Sorry, I'm not sure if it's timing set. Sorry for that. So could you raise a hand who's working with agile projects, maybe do some Scrum or let's say Kanban activities on your daily life? Good, now I can talk about a lot of stuff and you won't be complaining. Okay, so let's move on. Why we have chosen this particular theme. We saw that once we work with agile projects, we are but maybe we are happy with lots of good things, like agile brings a lot of good stuff in our daily projects. For example, flexibility, adaptability, continuous improvement. It means that once I have a project, I can get a feedback really fast from the client. We can adjust to the changes. We can be client-centric organizations and projects, but at the same time, we realize that team members or teams who are working on the project, they are focusing mainly on the development, maybe on the challenges, and sometimes they are avoiding lots of, let's call good things that we used to have, for example, in waterfall projects or in similar ones like risk management. Why is it so? Because for them it's like a process of bureaucracy, because during some kind of ceremony you have to move on through the list of risks, double check what is the status of the risk, see if it appears or not, and so on and so on. And what is a common thinking that Agile itself helps to eliminate lots of risks in the project management. It's true from one side, because once you get a feedback, once you see the project status very fast, or the impact of the changes very fast, sorry, it's my timing, I think so. So you can you can eliminate bad actions or eliminate risks during one sprint. But sometimes what happens that small things that appear and maybe, let's say, are not so good in one sprint, maybe it's not so bad. Sometimes you can see that in 2 sprints, okay, I can double check and those things are in my mind. But at the same time, if some things are repeating, tools in most of the scenarios do not support us with the insights to understand what's going on with my project. And what is interesting, in our company we have around 40 agile projects at the moment. And we could say that all of them are agile projects, all of them are building some kind of software, but at the same time, they're in different phases, they're in different complexity, and people in the project paying attention to the different aspects. So it means that at one time, maybe I'm focusing on the backlog, and that's a big challenge for me. Maybe another project, for example, sprint is not in a good shape, or maybe communication with the client. So what we were thinking about and trying to understand, so basically what are the key problems that we could maybe analyze and challenge in risk management, but from the agile project perspective. And once we analyze the literature from both sides, from industry and from scientific perspective as well, we saw that there are a lot of common things related to the risk management as we used to have, but not many solutions or advices how to add that to the Scrum processes to have a good combination of effort that we put into the risk management in the agile process, at the same time not wasting too much time from the team members in the team, but not losing risks or not focusing on the risk that maybe we are losing them somewhere under the carpet. It was interesting part from our side as well that there are lots of different grouping or categories for risk management dedicated for agile, and what we tried also to analyze in this paper as well to understand, so maybe what are the key ones, and you could see them here. And later on we decided after the experiment that maybe it's not so important how you categorize the risks in your project. It's more important, do you understand what are they? How do you know that they appear? If all the team members understand that, we're in a good shape. We can name them slightly differently, but if we are on the same alignment, we're in a good shape. So what we wanted to bring a little bit into this paper, yes, focusing on the risk life cycle, we wanted, let's say, improve or help a little bit for team members working with identification of the risk, or I would even call it like detecting, because we thought that we have quite a lot of data nowadays once we work in Scrum projects. For example, we have Jira, we have Azure DevOps, or maybe other tools, and they have lots of good data, but maybe we're not using that data correctly. So we decided to introduce a small process, actually two parts of the process, and one process is dedicated for subject matter expert. So basically, we were those subject matter experts in this paper, and we tried to collect artifacts from Scrum projects. For example, it could be a product backlog. It could be like a big artifact that is important for us in our project, and we want to track it and to understand how it's working. Second part is to understand what attributes. We call them attributes, so you can find in the literature like properties, measurements. We want to track about that particular attribute, and couple of examples. It could be number of critical tasks, a number of DRR tasks that we have in our backlog, and that information we can get directly from the tools we are using for our requirements management and for Scrum project tracking. So what's next was important for us in that initial phase was to identify the risks and their categories. And in this example, you can see some examples related to that particular attribute. Why linking like this and why it's important? The main idea was like this, that once I get data from Jira regularly, for example, once in 2 weeks or maybe once in a week, and Jira brings me information to the particular attribute, as you can see here, and next to each attribute I have a value, we call it a threshold, and or bare minimum, we can have different names there. If that value is not okay, the red flag appears and the specific risk is identified. For example, if I do not have my threshold for DOR task could be, for example, 10, and if that particular sprint I do not have enough work, it means that I won't have enough work in the upcoming sprint, I can get a red flag or related risk like undefined requirements. So this part was dedicated, and the initial idea was to have some kind of like a framework for the users. Do not start that risk thinking in their project from scratch, from zero. Because the second part is dedicated for the team members, and once they set up the project, once they start the project, they have to start thinking, what do I want to track in the project? So again, I would say a couple years ago, or even now, some of the projects are paying attention, like only project manager, technical delivery manager is working with the risks. I would say it's a wrong part, and all the team should be aligned on the things that we are tracking. So the main process is dedicated for all the team members that we have in Agile or Scrum project. So once they start a project, we have to agree what kind of risks and what kind of artifacts we want to track in the project. And once they identify what kind of artifacts they have in our framework, we have around 10, and we also identify what kind of attributes we can get from Jira and what are interesting for us. We have around 40 attributes, and next to that we align, or not align, or maybe identify which risks could be detected if the threshold of the attribute is not met. So this is like some kind of setup for the project, and then after that, regularly, it depends, of course, on the team members, and they can do that manually, of course, not fully automated. They can identify from where they will get the data for this tracking process, let's say like this, and once they import once we import the data from the Jira, all the information fits into the attributes, and if some attributes are in the wrong range from our mindset where they should be, they get the red flag. So we have data import. We have once we import, we get identified risks, and team members have to analyze risks manually to understand if they're reasonable or not. What I wanted to mention that some attributes are quite straightforward, because as you can see in the first 3 examples, they are directly related to the Jira information, but at the same time we added more insights, let's say like this, or more calculations, or attributes with calculations that collect or use more attributes to do deeper, let's say, analysis, what is the project status. And of course, the main maybe aspect that we wanted to pay attention is long-term insights, because if something is wrong in one sprint is one thing, but if I can get a better feeling, so how am I doing in 2, 3, or 5 sprints is slightly different. If I move 2 stories from one sprint to another, maybe it's not a big deal, but if I'm moving those stories again and again through the sprints, so maybe I'm doing something wrong with estimation, maybe the priorities of the client is changing, or maybe my team is doing something wrong with commitment and planning, right? So the idea is not to tell people what they are doing wrong, but give them the automated tool based on the data they have to get better insights and then come back to the decision making. Yeah, so you can see a prototype. There are two separate images, and after experiment, we saw that there are much more than we could expect. For example, in the first list, there is a list of artifacts that can be analyzed or tracked in our proposal. Next to that, each has a list of attributes and related risks. And once the data is imported, On the left side, we see how many attributes we are tracking, and if some of them has a detected risk, we see the red part. But after experiments, we saw that team members are seeing and understanding the risk slightly different. Sometimes they understand the attributes slightly different. And we understood that maybe it's not important how many artifacts or attributes you are following in the process. It's much more understand when and which ones you have to add. So in experiments, we had 2 here for the paper, and later we add a little bit more. We imported data for 2 projects. They're quite similar ones. That's why we got data very similar for the results. Both of them are from our company. Time period is very similar. One is for UK, one is for America. And that's why data is quite similar. But what was interesting, we added later the third experiment, and we saw that the biggest change is between which phase of the project we are analyzing. If we are at the beginning of the project, some of you who has projects at the beginning, you know how it's difficult to set up a project team correctly, because the waves are very big, right? Maybe velocity, for example, is changing from one sprint to another. They're learning to work to each other. They learn to work with the client. That's why in such situation, there is we saw that at that time, we get a lot of detected risks, but people are saying they are not important because we are in the phase where we can afford ourselves to have big waves on the attributes and their values. And at the same time, if you are in more mature project, and you should not have such problems or such challenges, and if that variation is very big, we should name that and raise the risks. At the same time, there are several more conclusions on future research. What we came up, that it's very important not to force teams to use very strict list of attributes, artifacts, and risks, because they can have their own naming conventions, they can have their own processes, even in Agile, even in the Scrum. And we left an ability to add attributes, to add artifacts as well. What is the most important part is what do you do with that? It's not like list, right? Because we need to link the attribute with the data from Jira, right? If it's directly related, it's okay. That's good. If you want to have more insights, or if you have better understanding how to create insights based on the formula, right? You need a little bit more here. So since it was our initial idea, we haven't implemented the ability to create a formula in the system using, for example, different attributes and calculate, I don't know, different aspects. But I think it's a good opportunity to think in the future if we want to make it more flexible. At the same time, of course, it's a separate tool. And if you ask the team members, you know, I have a good idea, now you should you should track risks in a new method, please use another tool. They will say, are you kidding me? I'm going to code. I don't need another tool to do some management stuff. So of course, it would be much better to have those aspects like Jira plugin, not a separate tool somewhere in, I don't know, in the web or somewhere. So basically for us, it was for better understanding, to analyze and understand, is it working or not? Of course, the positive side is that team members who looked on the experiment results, let's say like this, because we took their data and we went through the process and detected some risks. It was interesting for them because some of team members said like this, oh, I had a feeling about this, but maybe it was not important, but I didn't expect that such small, I don't know, change was all the time. So they understood that they don't have to keep everything in their mind, but they have to raise those questions, do some maybe registration. And I know it sounds very bureaucratic for agile projects, but that part, they realize that part is missing. They're missing risk management because for them, in their minds, is some kind of old-fashioned project management attribute, and somebody else outside the project should do those things. So the main idea, and for the summary, for our perspective, what we achieved, I hope so, for our colleagues who are participating in the experiment, we tried to educate them that risk management should be in every project, and it's their responsibility to choose which way and how they want to do that. We help them with a framework to double check what kind of aspects they could track or analyze, and at the same time to agree themselves, do they want to use like principles, automatic ones when you get some calculations from the attributes, or do we want to do some manual work because all the attributes are from Jira as well. So I hope that someday they will be able to come back to them and double check as they continue their activities, understanding risk management, or maybe they will put that aside and say that it's too bureaucratic for them. Okay, thank you so much. Nobody's working in agile project. It's very good.
So maybe you could define two maybe suggestions, top suggestions, what need to do to improve this process.
Start thinking about that. And of course, the second part is it's very difficult to start from zero. I mean, if you haven't done that previously, so it's very difficult to come to the meeting and say, guys, I have a list of 50 elements. Please do a favor for me to double check them. So I would say like this, all teams, no matter it's agile, we all have projects, right? Maybe not agile project, but projects, right? And we'll have some risks in our thoughts. So I believe we should start thinking and writing them down or bringing them to colleagues to understand what we can do with them. And later on to think what we can do better to avoid such situation. And maybe we can do that a little bit upfront instead of coming in the situation when risks appear.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And the most important certificate.
Thank you.
So, congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I suppose now we will have our online presenter. So he's already prepared. The Gamarjaba. So our colleague Maxim Yavic and his partner Mayan Nenidze will present the dating the undated manuscripts manually and automatically. So Maxim, screen is yours.
Ilona, greetings. Ilona, do you see my screen?
Not yet, only you. Please share your slides.
I'm trying because when I move online. Okay, share screen. 1 minute. Here it is. And here you are. Can you see now?
Perfect. You can, yes, perfect. You can continue.
Okay, greetings to everybody. So today I would want to talk to you about the result of one of our research. We're working with Georgian museums. They're working on more manual stuff, and my team is helping them with the automatization process. And I want to tell you about this. So the title of my talk is Dating the Updated Manuscripts, manually and automatically. So we use two approaches. I represent Scientific Cybersecurity Association and Caucasus University. So let us talk about dating the manuscript, which is rather interesting research topic nowadays and rather complex. So let us talk about it in the context of analyzing handwritten materials, where we have to distinct different writings in order to identify the author in different anonymous holographs. For this, concretely on this we are working, and for this we are using two techniques, manual and automatical one. And our goal is to date the manuscript of famous Georgian poet of 20th century, Kalaktion Tabitsen. There are a lot of manuscripts of him in Georgian museums, which are not dated and nobody knows in which year they are prepared. So we are working to identify this. As I told you, we use two approaches, manual and automatic. For automatic approach, we were using machine learning. As I told you, my team more was involved in machine learning process. So, but of course, let us first discuss the manual approach, which involves the serious analysis of tied letter pairs in order to recognize how they are interconnected. And this is a temporal signifier for dating this work. And we present in our work, we present a template with special tables which have 33 letters of Georgian alphabet. We catalog 561 tied letter pairs. We observe which we found in manuscripts beginning from the year 1907 to the year 1959. The most our challenging problem was that how to write without lifting a pen and tying letters to each other, which cause very big changes in forms of grapheme. In this case, in the case when we split them, we can get the same forms for those graphemes would have if they were written separately. And so these approaches are different. So for this, we decided not to extract these components of the tied letters, but we studied them as a whole unit. For this, we created a special tables, as I told you before, from 33 letters of Georgian alphabets. You can see how the letters are tied to each other and how we cut them for the analysis. Finally, we analyzed 130 documents which were handwritten in the period of time which I mentioned. And in every year, there were 2 or 3 manuscripts. So every year the author created 2 or 3 manuscripts which were analyzed. Afterwards, we created a corresponding database for each graphematic unit for every year. When some of the letters were tied, we grouped them in the following way. So first, 2, second, and third, third and fourth, and so on, fourth and fifth, and so on. For example, here it's a letter E in Georgian alphabet, and here is its upper part. And very different, all of them are very different in his writings. We encoded every letter with special symbols, as you can see on this slide. These are symbols of 1956 year. Every letter is encoded. Every letter. Okay. Now I will tell you about our automated approach. For this, we designed the algorithm using neural network. We had the labeled images, of course, from 54 different years, and we created data set from them. So by means of this data set, we trained our neural network for image recognition. We didn't use text detection, we used image recognitions for it, because all these different lines could be better understood by image recognition, that understanding which letter is it. Of course, we had overfit problems, so we used augmentation techniques, and we checked a lot of them. But finally, we understood that flipping images horizontally and vertically during teaching worked the best. Finally, okay, we divided the data set 75% for training and 25 for validation. Why like this? Because experiment showed the better accuracy for this. And in order to construct neural network, we used, of course, TensorFlow, Keras. We created layered architecture and trained our system. For data preparation, we, of course, made the label dataset. We use data augmentation techniques, as I told you, vertical and horizontal to build the model. As I told you, we created CNN, convolutional neural network, using TensorFlow and Keras. For the evaluating model, so after training the model, yes, we labeled manuscripts. We began to check them on the manuscripts which were not dated after we got the maximum accuracy, of course. And afterwards, we saved our model. The model is, by the way, uploaded on the website where everybody can take it and use. So, as you understood, we had 2 approaches. Yes, validation. Yes, we had 2 approaches, manual and automated approach. So, of course, we compared these approaches. So now I want to tell you, here is a table which represents the result of our automate approach. Here is the title of manuscript. Here is the correct year, which we had, but of course we didn't give it to machine learning model. And we made it to show 3 the most possible outcomes, 3 the most possible years. And even when the year was close, because it's very complicated, yes, to catch, it's end of 1927 on the beginning of 1928, it's impossible to catch it. So to analyze, yes, to analyze our research, so we made it for 29 titles. For the correct years, the result was 17.2%. So correctly identifying the correct year in the second position. We had 6.9%. The third prediction, yes. So the third prediction year was 24 and 1%. And also it is good when it predicts plus minus 3 years in a plus minus 3 years range. So 48 and 3 titles had the way in this range. So they were closely related to the correct year. I also want to mark your attention that this task is very complicated because the difference between two and between the range of 3-4 years is almost doesn't exist. So 75%, 74 and 74 and something we had the accuracy, which is rather good if we check the related papers for different languages. Okay, here is in short what we did, and thank you for your attention.
Do we have questions? No, but I would like to ask one thing. So it's quite specific research, and depending on how much time you spent on this task, would you consider to analyze some kind of another manuscript recognition of another authors?
This project is in the frame of one of the grants which we completed successfully. So we will apply for different grants, and the different grants will already work on analyzing different authors. So this is more the grant of Georgian museums, and they involve our team for automatization.
Okay, thank you very much once again. So for our presentation, thank you. Now we will have our third presentation. So the paper analysis of field edge system latency in transport monitoring environment will be presented by Lukas Baltramaitis. So please, screen is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Lukas. Today I'm going to present our paper analysis of field edge system latency in transport monitoring environment. So there were 3 of us who were working on this paper, Professor ICIST Raudis, I, and my colleague Robert. So about the authors, so we are all working in AI Labs company. We all came from industry. So the main activity of this company is helping other companies to apply machine learning and AI to solve their business problems. So ICIST is also a professor at Vilnius University, and he is a CEO of this company. And I'm working as a project manager and researcher. And Robert is also an engineer and researcher in this company. So some context. So in our experience, we had a lot of transport optimization, object detection, and object tracking projects. And in all those previous projects, the high accuracy was the main target of those projects. We wanted to reach the maximum possible accuracy. Also, we used usual architecture, more about that later. And then in all those solutions, the average speed was about 500 milliseconds. it was less if we used more GPU resources and more if less resources were used. So then, okay, so this usual architecture. So how it looks like, we have a stream device, camera, CCTV camera, some other stream devices. Then we send the frames, usually all the captured frames, to a cloud or server where object detection model is deployed. And then the object detection model does the detection, does the tracking, and then returns the results to a person or to some kind of device to make some action. So this is a usual architecture that we implemented in all those previous projects. But then we received a new client who prioritized the speed over the accuracy. Yes, so the speed was very important to that client. And we realized that this usual architecture is not enough. It wasn't the answer in that case. So the need of research emerged. So we needed some kind of a research to come up with a new concept, with a new architecture. So what were the research goals? So to test, we found out about this possibility to have edge and field architecture. So we wanted to test this approach. Then another goal was to reach less than 500 milliseconds latency. This was the minimum limit that we wanted to overcome. And also we wanted to save computational resources, of course, because GPU resources are quite expensive. So if we can save those resources, it would be a very good result. And predict vehicle collision. Yes, there was a goal from basically that client. So we used, why it was vehicle collision, because this came from client's requirements. So how this new architecture looks like. So now we have object detection model not in a server but in a field device, which is physically connected to a stream device. We used Jetson for this to deploy our object detection model. Then the bigger, much more powerful object tracking algorithm was deployed in edge device, which was also physically near the field device. So what is the main difference? So the main difference that we split it smaller model and bigger model into two physical parts. And then another difference is resource saving. So not all frames are going to the tracking algorithm, but only the relevant frames where some interesting object is detected. So if nothing happens and like no object is detected, then like those frames are not sent to the edge device. Only the frames that have some object detected in those frames. So, okay, achievements of what we achieved in this research. So initially we have this first version where we had field device, camera filming an intersection with the Jetson device. And then we had our tracking algorithm deployed in edge server. So how, okay, so here you can see some demo of the this first version. So we are using here a testing video with cars colliding with each other, and the red color means that model predicts this collision, but and green color means that there is no collision. Objects were just detected, but they are moving in a direction that is not dangerous. But red color means that model predicted a collision. But okay, so then we realized that this approach is has some problems. So it had low accuracy and the predictions were too late. You were able to see in this demo that like predictions were just milliseconds before the collision itself. So no time for reaction. So this prediction is like redundant. It's like it's too late. So then we came up with some solutions. So one of the solutions is was to increase the camera range, and then also to use multiple cameras. So how this second version looked like? So we deployed several cameras, so one camera per each road direction, and the camera range was increased to at least 100 meters. And in proof of concept, we used 2 cameras, and the overall change that we are going to predict when the vehicle will leave the frame. So this means that if we detect that the two vehicles will leave the frame at the same time, this means that they will probably collide at the intersection. So how this looked in a diagram. So here we had 2 cameras, as I said, 2 stream devices, 2 field models, separate like 2 instances of the models running on the 2 separate field devices, and also we had 2 edge devices with object tracking algorithms running. So this was the final design of our proof of concept. And one interesting thing that like both of those edge devices exchanged their results via network. So if, for example, one edge device predicts that like the car will leave a frame in 1 timestamp, and the second device also predicts that the car will leave the frame at another timestamp, and if those 2 timestamps are very close to each other, this means that the collision will probably happen. So, okay, demo 2. So in testing video, we used test video where we just mirrored like the same video in order to check if it's working or not. So the red color still means the same, that the cars probably will collide with each other. And in the bottom side, you can see the same video, but the mirrored part of the video is delayed a bit in order to get some false positives and so on. So so now it was much better. Now we can detect the collision at least 2 seconds before it could happen. But then we run in the frames overload problem. So we realized that frames began to form congestions in the field device, and on the right side you can see that this was one of the graphs that we received from the latency experiments, so that as more frames were coming to the field device, the latency increased. So this means that the bottleneck was somewhere, and it caused like huge latency, and the latency increased with each new frame. So then we tried to solve this problem, and what we have done, we reduced frame resolution just to reduce the memory that is going through the network. Then we limited the frame rate in order to reduce the number of congestions. Then we increased the model performance by, instead of analyzing frames 1 by 1, like adding batch processing. And the last thing we added was last in, first out process where we just, if the frame, the last frame that comes to the model is taken for analysis and all the other frames just are skipped. So this didn't have any problems to the accuracy, so we were happy with it, and the latency was much better latency results, and no overload was detected after those changes. So what were the final results? So the average latency was 124 milliseconds. We wanted to reach less than 100 milliseconds. That would be a perfect result, but we didn't reach it. We reached, you can see that it was like 124, but it was, at least we achieved one of our major goals, that we wanted to reach less than 500, so we reached less than 500. Other achievements that we have done during this research, so implemented the TCP protocol to realize this connection between field and edge devices. We also added a MongoDB connection to log all the timestamps to measure for latency measurement. Then for object detection, we used YOLO 8 version. We used two models to test their differences. We used Nano model, which is which has less parameters, and we used Medium model, which has much more parameters. And for tracking, we used bot sort algorithm. Our data set size was less than 2,000 photos of different vehicles. Yeah, so about the future, what we are going to do next. So you saw in one of the diagrams that we had one edge device per one field device. So now the goal is to have one edge serving for n field devices, like not one to one, but one to n connection cardinality. And also another goal is to increase system scalability, because now we have tested with only like 2 cameras, but another goal is to test with like more cameras connected. Yeah. And another goal, which is which has lower priority right now, is to test on other topics. For example, in drone use cases. Okay, so thank you. Here is my contact information if you want to connect and learn more about our company, and just connect and maybe talk about AI and other possible projects.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have questions?
Yes, related to your company, does your company hire professors from academia?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. And another serious one, what did you annotate? Did you annotate just cars, or did you annotate cars which are approaching each other in a dangerous way?
We annotated cars, basically just cars, different kind of vehicles, also pedestrians and cyclists and so on. But it's
so just objects.
Yeah, objects. Yeah.
But you said red one is colliding, so.
Yeah, it was collision detection algorithm was also used. So we calculated the speed and plus.
More questions? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Congrats. Okay, and the last presentation of our section is the paper text simplification for Lithuanian, and we will have 2 presenters, Eglė Rimkienė and Danguolė Kalinauskaitė.
Okay, so hello everyone. In our talk, me, Danguolė, and my colleague Eglė will present our experimentation on text simplification for Lithuanian language. So first I will introduce text simplification task and its result, plain language, and then Eglė will talk more about technical details. So let's start with the simplification task itself. Text simplification actually addresses the problem of language complexity by transforming texts into less complex in terms of vocabulary, sentence structure, and other aspects, while at the same time retaining the essential information from the original content. And yeah, this is important because and this is important for improving the accessibility of information for a wide range of readers, including those with cognitive disorders, non-native speakers, young readers, and the general public. And actually, we focus on simplifying institutional texts, specifically those written in the administrative style. And we chose texts of this style because of characteristics and special requirements of the administrative style that make those texts difficult to understand for anyone who is not an expert in the subject matter. No. Sorry for technical. Yeah. So, let me check. Okay. Yeah. So these are several examples, English examples of what plain language looks like in practice. So here you can see well-structured text. With short sentences, boldings where needed, links to explanations of specific information, and so on. Next slide, please. And these are examples of non-plain Lithuanian language. These examples represent purely structured text with long sentences, complex wordings, links to legal acts, and so on. So in other words, it looks and sounds like information provided for experts. So such examples served for our research. We collected the whole data set of such examples, and we collected text from different public Lithuanian institution websites that were chosen based on topic coverage. And here you can see some examples of different topics. After the dataset was collected, we made a qualitative analysis of the data in order to confirm that those data are compatible with our intended task. And this analysis showed that all texts are similar in some characteristics, such as formal style, professional jargon, over specificity, copy-pasting from legal acts, and so on. The next stage was simplification, and this process was done by 4 linguists. The process included 2 steps. So first simplification itself, and then revision, that is editing each other's simplified text. And for this task, we used Label Studio software. Then next stage was to prepare a set of rules, or in other words, plain language guidelines for Lithuanian. And these guidelines include several levels of linguistic analysis. So on paragraph level, we focused on sentence shortening, list creation. On lexical level, we try to select more frequent synonyms where possible. And on syntactic level, we aimed at transforming passive voice into active voice, adding demonstrative pronouns and determinants where possible, and doing other transformations. Now I will show some examples of how these rules were applied in practice. So here you can see the example of text layout, and the main focus of transforming text layout is to create list. So this allows to structure text and to then in such a way that the text will be more comprehensible. Next stage. Yeah. Then on sentence level, we focused on dividing long sentences into several short sentences. So here you can see an example of one sentence divided into 3 short sentences. Vocabulary transformations included synonyms, using more frequent synonyms, and for this task we used frequency dictionary of the written Lithuanian language by Andrius Sutka. Here you can see examples of 2 synonyms. And the numbers in the brackets are their usage frequency. And one more case related to vocabulary transformations is descriptive vocabulary transformed it into nominative lexicon. And finally, syntax transformations. So the focus here was to use active voice instead passive voice, and to add pronouns whenever possible. So Eglė, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Danguolė. So I will talk more about the technical part of our project. So as Danguolė mentioned, we collected the data set for text simplification. So the final data set had more than 2,000 sentences. Every sentence was simplified by 4 experts. So there you can see the small example, how it looked like. Our data set had 2 columns. One is original sentence, and the other column is simplified sentence. So as well, during our experimentation, we decided to try to have more data. So we decided to use translated data sets for text simplification, because maybe you know that in English we can find a lot of resources, but in Lithuanian it's not a lot. So we selected 3 data sets, which is focused on text simplification. So first of all, we used Massaline Philo, which was text of philosophical discourse. Also, SIMPA data set likely contains pairs of complex and simplified sentences. So it's more like our data set, which we created in Lithuanian language. And the third data set we chose, it is human simplification with sentence fusion data set. So it had more than 100 samples. So we translated these English data sets and merged them together. We used for that machine translation, Google Translator, and we collected more like 8,000, more than 8,000 sentences. So for evaluation, we prepared the test set, which was unseen by the model for more reliable results. So we selected more, like 100 sentences more, and simplified as well with the for experts. And these sentences, as I mentioned, were not included in the training data. And yeah. So talking what we used for the experimenting. So at this case, we used one model which had the T5 architecture. So shortly about the model architecture. So it is text-to-text transfer transformer. It was developed by Google and reframes all NLP tasks as text generation problems. So key principles, it uses unified text-to-text framework, so which means that input and output are always text strings. Also, it was pre-trained on C4 dataset for broad language understanding, and it uses encoder-decoder architecture. And you can fine-tune this specific model for all languages problems, which is generative problems. And we used MT5 for Lithuanian, which is multilingual version of this model, which was pre-trained on 101 languages, and including Lithuanian. So for our evaluation, so we used blue metric, which measures how many n-grams in the system output matched the reference sentences. As well, we used rouge metric, which measures the overlap of n-grams, and also we used rolled. It measures the dissimilarity between two string sequences in like symbolic way. And also we used BERT score, which uses contextual embeddings, which uses BERT model. And also, as we can understand that text simplification is, it can't be very easy to calculate with automatic metrics, because always the person can say if that sentence is correct, the person can say better than automatic. So we decided to do that qualitative analysis. So to evaluate the simplification output qualitatively, we used three criteria. So grammaticality, which measures the grammar and how sentence is understandable. Also meaning retention, which evaluates semantics, and simplicity. So for this part, we also had experts. They all calculated in the scale of from 0 to 5 all the sentences, and then we measured the average score for all these metrics. So talking about our fine-tuning strategies, so to sum up, we used the Lithuanian corpus, which we created. Then we used for experimenting translated and Lithuanian data, so we merged our data set and translated data set. So we had more than 10,000 samples to fine-tune models. And also we used only translated data. Yeah. So talking about the results, so as you can see, MT5 model fine-tuned only with the translated data scored highest on most automatic metrics, including blue metric, rouge metric, and BERT score. And it shows strong n-gram and vector similarities to the reference sentences. Also, its role showed the lowest score, which indicates moderate symbolic similarity. And as you can see as well, that MT5, which was fine-tuned only in Lithuanian language, was worse in role symbolic similarity, also lower in blue metric and BERT score, which indicates a larger gap between the generated and reference sentence in both symbolic and n-grams comparisons. But we can see that it's very opposite when we see the results of qualitative evaluation, where people can read all the sentences. So we can see there that MT5 model, which was fine-tuned only on Lithuanian, where we had the less samples in the data set, it was only 2,000, but the simplicity, the meaning retention, the grammaticality, it has higher scores, which means that it's more simple to read, and it's better in grammar and as well in semantics. So to summarize everything, so what we did, so we conducted experiments on text simplification for Lithuanian text in an administrative style, aiming to make them more accessible to the general public. And our approach, what we used, we experimented with MT5 model, and we used 3 different datasets and dataset strategies with the Lithuanian corpus only, translated data, and also combined them together to see the results. And our evaluation was automatic metrics and qualitative analysis. And to conclude everything, what we saw, that automatic scores higher for the model fine-tuned with translated data. So we can see that more data we put to the model. So we want to say that it's always the best solution when we have all more and more data. But usually, especially in these type of tasks like text simplification or summarization, it's not enough. We need very quality data to be in the specific our language. So what the qualitative analysis showed, that model fine-tuned with Lithuanian specific data performed much better in the simplification task, and it was scored higher on all 3 evaluation criteria. And data combination impact, so the combination of Lithuanian and translated data did not improve output quality significantly. It highlights a key limitation of automatic metrics. And thank you. Questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Questions? As you did your research for the Lithuanian language, how do you think, was it the benefit that Lithuania has special signs, quite dynamic structure of sentences than other languages, or otherwise it was the difficulty of the research?
Yeah, from my side as a technical person, it was difficult because all the limited, not diacritics in our language is not very very known for computer usually, so it sometimes get lost with the model, and that is the difficult part of our language actually. And for annotation and simplifying texts, how?
Yeah, I would say the same, because it's mainly question of technical details. So yeah, all specific symbols and so on make it difficult to to transform text how you would like it.
But if you were talking about order of words in the sentence, maybe this kind is a bit easier in Lithuanian for the simplicity.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, yeah.
Okay, more questions?
Okay, so one question would be, you have said that you asked experts to evaluate the simplicity of the text, but wouldn't it be more fitting to ask specifically the non-experts, let's say the school children or something like that, if they understood one text and if they understood another? Wouldn't that be more fitting?
Yeah, actually, it's a good point we didn't thought about, but it's like a very good idea, because we trying to do that data set for all for all the people.
Okay,
yeah.
Then
It's good.
There will be something to present in another conference, right?
Yeah.
Nice to you.
More questions? No, so thank you very much once again. So you are the last in this section.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as I said, it was the last paper of this section. So section is closing, and of course I invite those who already participated to participate next year. So we are always welcome to see you again.
And thank you very much for participants. And I am very thankful for chairing this section for Associated Professor Ilona Veitaitė, who represents the Vilnius University. Thank you, Ilona. And next we will have the coffee break. After coffee break, we will have a final section of our conference about smart e-learning technologies and applications. This section will be chaired by Professor Ramūnas Kubiliūnas. And after that, we will have Best Paper Award ceremony. And after this ceremony, we will have the dinner right here. So thank you very much, and see you soon on the last section. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, so you are very welcome to our final special session on smart e-learning technologies and application. And let me introduce the chair of this section, so Professor Ramūnas Kubiliūnas.
Thank you, Audrius. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you here. I participated in this conference yesterday online, but I have to be here today because I am as a chair in this session. And let's start our final session of this conference. And I would say let's use technologies and applications to learn something because this session is about e-learning technologies and applications. And the first presentation will be about case study on specific delivery issues in hybrid learning implementation. And as I was introduced, the presenter will be Daina Gudonienė, because every one of authors was not able to take part today in this session.
So, good afternoon. So, I am happy to make a presentation on the name of these wonderful authors of the paper. So, the topic of the presentation is a case study on specific delivery issues in hybrid learning implementation, because all academic community usually met challenges for support if we use blended and hybrid learning. I mean remotely or online. So this is a big challenge, and we are still looking the best solutions and technologies for education, how we can assure successful and effective learning process. So there are four topics for my presentation. AI challenges in hybrid learning. I will speak a little bit about these challenges we met usually every day if we teach in hybrid way. Opportunities and advantages, and technologies. Which technologies can help us to assure effective learning process, and how we are looking for these effective technologies. And of course, AE-based support, which one is the main aspect when we use hybrid learning for, for our students in our education. And other issues I will speak today. So what are the main challenges for teachers to use chatbots in education? So first is a technological challenge, which we meet usually in the beginning, even in the planning of the courses, because according to AD model, we have 5 processes of e-learning, organizing and development. So we need to choose first pedagogical model and then technological aspects, how we are going to implement our e-learning courses, and how we are going to organize assessments, to organize support, to organize other delivery issues in relation with not only learning object or learning course, but also according to the study program if necessary. So the next one is content customization, which is also sometimes very useful if we can use also artificial intelligence solutions. Of course, we shouldn't forget different ethical aspects and GDPR aspects in education as well, which is very important for us, and not only for us, but also for students. The next one is limited flexibility in responses. Usually, this is in relation with the delivery processes. Students' engagement, especially if we have disadvantaged groups or disabled groups in our education processes. So that's important to use AI solutions to include, to engage, and to include to the activities more successfully. Lack of human touch, of course, this is one of the challenges. We have no contact in real time. That's also sometimes problematic, especially if we speak about technological science, about technological subjects. So lack of human touch is also one of the biggest challenges here. Integration with existing systems. It is not easy to integrate AI with any AI tool with already existing our learning environments, which are usually open source environments. And of course, these like Moodle, they are also expecting to give for us opportunities to do that, because technologies essentially are changing every day. And here we also find opportunities to integrate our chatbot solutions into our Moodle environment. We are piloting, we are testing, and that we have really a very nice results already for conclusions. And also teacher workload. If we speak about hybrid learning, teachers' workload can be rejected essentially. If we speak from teacher perspective, in two positions, remotely and online, that's very important for teachers to get an assistant online. That assistant could support them with different answers and information. And also monitoring and evaluation effectiveness. So now we are also testing the opportunity how generative AI can be used for assessment. So we already have a plugin in the Moodle where we can also can see the answers of the AI already in the grading. So that's really a good opportunity for teachers and students as well. So hybrid teaching and learning means remotely teaching with in the classrooms and on campus. Of course, we have usually remotely learners. There are many benefits of hybrid learning, which is also important, especially if we work with disadvantaged groups and disabled people who usually are not able to come to organizations like universities, study centers, or training centers. They need the learning opportunities remotely, so we have an option and opportunity to develop a blended learning program based on hybrid learning. So that will be one of the opportunities for them to get skills and competences and to get some information and trainings on that. So more challenges, AI and hybrid teaching challenges can also related and can generate a wide range of content, but this is at the same time it is a challenge because we need to filter the information which is more useful for our learners, which is important for our educators if they are also generate the content to provide for learners. So AI also may generate content that violates copyright and other intellectual property rules by learning from large data sets. So this is also important to follow the copyrights, and also if we are organizing some citations of the generative AI information, we also need to be sure that it is cited in the correct way. And this is our future, how we need to teach our students to do that. May generate unethical content as well, so absolutely we need to check all the content the AI are generating, that to provide for learners. And learns from available data set. If the data is based off late and the content generated may be as well. So we should also follow the guidance of AI and education for policymakers, which is developed by UNESCO Digital Library. And of course, we should follow the digitalization action plan of the European Commission, which is also in relation with using artificial intelligence in education. What we are expecting from the hybrid learning, Of course, as mentioned before, it is very important to have this option for our learners, especially if we have some pupils or students who are not able to participate face-to-face. Excuse me. And of course, we must assure also learning and teaching opportunities for everyone. And also, this is if we will relate this with AI in education, there is an innovation still now and new opportunities for our learners. The next important point is personalization, so we can personalize the answers and activities also based on AI generative activities. Convenience and automation, reliability of solutions, and of course, already mentioned that we should ensure ethical standards and security as well. The picture is very big. Hopefully, I will not explain totally full picture, but you will be able to check in the papers online. The integration of technology into hybrid learning. The first, what I would like to speak today is AI technologies for hybrid learning, which is related with engaging learners to participate in different activities to get answers in real time, anytime, at any moment. The next one, learning experiences and technical issues are also very important. Excuse me. And here we also should suggest for our teachers technologies they need for their study processes, for teaching processes. Teaching adaptation and students' engagement as well in relation with pedagogical adaptation and interactive engagement in relation with AI technologies. Excuse me. Assessment and communication. We also use AI technologies for assessment. We have now integrated into Moodle environment, and also for communication, which one is important in our learning process. Classroom and collaborative learning. So also we can give the tasks based on AI technologies for our students. Of course, we all know that academic integrity is also very important, so we should provide better by ourselves tasks for them to use the tools. And monitoring accessibility and workload as well in relation with monitoring and attendance, accessibility, and the workload as well. What makes hybrid learning effective? So first, it is in relation with personalization. So the personalized request in generative AI can answer to learner's question. In essence, that is not very difficult to prepare the training material and to integrate into AI, which can be used later for the learning purposes. The real-time feedback, which is very important for learners to get the answer right now, and efficient resource allocation. Excuse me. And improve students' engagement, data-driven decision-making and continuous learning and improvement, seamless integration of online and offline learners, enhanced collaboration and communication, accessibility and inclusion, and reduced teacher workload as well. Which tool we use for now, which one for us looks mostly effective. So for now, we already tested with our students chat-based virtual assistant, which is integrated in our virtual environment Moodle, and it is quite a friendly and intuitive environment, which is for now used and works very well. So it is easy to integrate into any website as a chat. Also, it is very easy to integrate into virtual learning environment. And also we can integrate into learning object, interactive learning object. If necessary, we can use it. Excuse me. Here you see how the chat-based chatbot is working in the training modules. So it is quite important that the chatbot is taking information from the material we are teaching it. And then, of course, it is like in the Wikipedia, it is the text, step by step, show it for learners. So mean that if somebody was interested in one and another question, if the teacher didn't provide the answer, they can see the answers in the chatbot of the students who didn't got this. So that's very good that we can also use it like Wiki for other students, not only personally. The other aspects are technological and connectivity issues. So this is in relation with internet connectivity, hardware compatibility, software compatibility, bandwidth limitations, technical support, device accessibility, and software updates as well. When we speak about hybrid learning, it is also very important security issues. Security and privacy concerns, lack of technical skills, access to specialized software, accessibility for disabled students, content delivery, and backup and data loss as well. And recommendations, how we can ensure the successful and qualitative hybrid learning. There are several recommendations for quality assurance. So first, when we plan the course, we should assure the clear learning objectives and to intend the processes of learners' engagement. Also, we should focus a lot on well-structured content, which will help our learners to learn successfully. Consistency across modes, adequate resources, which also should be based on different literature resources, scientific papers and books. Reliable technology, technical support. We should assure also support for our learners, which they need or necessary. Accessibility and inclusivity, regular assessment, continuous improvement, faculty development. This is in relation with competences development. As technologies are changing a lot, so we need always to be ready to go for different courses to get any knowledge on different new technologies and implementations. Data privacy and security as well, quality assurance mechanisms. So understand that universities usually in general assure quality of the courses. However, we also can integrate the quality assurance mechanism also in our courses as well. And of course, active communication. Continuous evaluation. This is in relation, for example, we can use especially AI generative tools for self-directed learning, for self-evaluation. So that's important for learners to check the opportunity and quality aspects in participation and in learning environment. Contingency planning as well, collaboration and networking, and of course support services. And for conclusions, there is only one, in my understanding, very important. AI-based hybrid learning enhances the traditional hybrid model by introducing data-driven personalization, real-time feedback, and automation. Excuse me. This allows for a more tailored, engaging, and efficient learning experience for students, and I said the workload for teachers as well. So a big challenge for us to develop a hard, very big, and good course, but then I think the workload will be really rejected a lot, and we will have a pleasure to deliver our courses with the support of AI. So thank you for attention.
Thank you for interesting presentation. And do we have questions? No? Oh.
Do you already have some feedback from the students, how often they use the chatbot, and what is it on a qualitative level?
Yes, according to the quality, we just made a questionnaire, they look to this technology in essence. So it was very positive feedback, but we still have no full study process for the semester because the integration fully was just probably in the middle of September. So maybe the next year we will have already full semester data, how it works and how many requests there are in a chat base, because we see how many requests they provided, how they use it. So we will tell next year in the paper.
Thank you for the question. More questions? No? Maybe I will ask one short question because we still have time. You mentioned two aspects: artificial intelligence as a tool which can be used in learning process, and hybrid learning as a learning process. But when artificial intelligence tools are more effective in hybrid learning for students who are in distance or who are in the classroom?
For this, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. So I think it's very difficult to check who use the chatbot in the classroom, because there is no need for using if you are in face-to-face to teacher. But if you are remotely, there is really a very big need to use the AI tools, because you can't ask for the teacher right now. You can ask just for chatbot. And if, for example, I was adding all the material of my course to just chat base, and the chat base is answering with the answers from the material, and that really is, in my understanding, helpful. But of course, we should check this more carefully. Now we have a project, we just started, and I hope that we will pilot with more wider groups, not only students, but adults, maybe like teachers, academic community, participants, and so on.
Okay, as I understood, the artificial intelligence could be as an assistant who will help teacher and students, because as I know from my practice, the hybrid learning is most difficult learning process. Comparing it with face-to-face learning and distance learning. Therefore, it is very difficult for a teacher to be in the classroom and online. Then
Exactly.
artificial intelligence could help. Okay.
Yes, exactly. That was the main problematic area when we started to analyze the situation. To support teachers when they need to be in two rows, online and on campus.
Okay, despite many challenges, I see now the good choice of artificial intelligence. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Here is the certificate that you made this presentation. And let's go to the second presentation, which will be held online using technology, which is not based for learning, but it is rapidly used for learning. We use Zoom, and do we have Konstantin, Delia, and Razwan, who will are the authors of this presentation, and also Anka, but as I was introduced, the presenter will be Konstantin. And Delia and Razwan will be able to answer the questions if we will have them. So do we have Konstantin? Yes, we hear you. We can see.
Sharing. And now I do full screen sharing. And hopefully it's okay.
Yes, perfect, but could you turn on the camera or it is not possible?
Yes, no, I could, I have tested also. Okay, now you should see me. I'm on the laptop and two screens with the presentation. Sometimes my eyes were, but hello everybody.
So everything is perfect. Floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, my name is Constantin Lucian Aldea, and I will try to present some modification and some measurements of the, let's say, e-learning techniques, mostly due to the fact that we went through the pandemic and we need to always adapt our learning environments so that we have a big and good results with our students. But before diving into the, let's say, measurements and some remarks, let me show you that we are, next slide. We are from Romania, from Brașov. If you see here, it's with the red mark, it's our city. And we have a university with multiple specialization, and we are coming from computer science. So Transylvania University, it's among the 10 universities from Romania. It depends on the watch, what top do you watch. Could be fifth, could be seven, and it's large enough. The city, it's also in the sixth most populous city of Romania, Brașov, and it's a nice mountain city, and climate is continental. And if you see here some pictures from Brașov, it was built at the citadel, and then was let's say big fire prior to 1689, and then was built like most of the city around the churches and the new buildings. You see here one of the biggest churches, the Black Church, and in the row down you see here the university with the white. We have a full hill with university buildings, and the other one is the rectorate. If you visit Brașov, it deserves at least as a city break. And yeah, after this short icebreaker, let's dive into our subject, some measurements and some remarks on learning techniques. So what's the current fact? We have online learning activity. We can say that we have them since long, but due to the pandemic, we use them more and more. At least in the past 5 years, the narrative was changed a lot, and the components of the learning, of the e-learning, were adapted to the learning patterns. And these mostly accelerated by the pandemic, when all of us have learned a lot to use Zoom, Teams, other messenger in multiple purposes, so that we are also available for students, also give classes, and also, let's say, correct and put proper marks. So, various learning materials and approaches are available online, including machine learning, natural language processing, or even generative AI. This method can enhance structured learning scopes. The paper proposes an integral online learning paradigm and combine classical learning techniques with tools, and we try to evaluate the educational processes. Functional, but you will see that we have data for multiple years, and we try to do some small conclusion. But okay, the study can be extended. The model has been validated through didactic interaction with student groups. We due to the fact that we are using more for example, the Moodle with different course material, different online quizzes, different ways of gathering the projects, and more centralizing the student works, student papers. Yeah, if previously we, let's say, still accepted lots of work on the paper, nowadays we switched almost all on the electronic papers and on the online. So the article discussed the benefits of proposed learning models and open research question for future research project. Teaching during difficult time, some important lessons. Yeah, we need to quickly adapt. I can recall the fact that now we are forced somehow by this new ChatGPT and JIT Copilot to be more careful with the paperwork of the students, due to the fact that in 5 to 10 minutes they can generate all the stuff, and for us make it difficult to evaluate all of this. And on the other side, the students lose the motivation to self-learn or find information too quickly, and retaining of the information and recall techniques are lost. No memory games for them, so they based more on the information recognition techniques. And yeah, that's why we need to see the importance of clear, effective communication with student, need for flexibility in teaching methods and approaches to accommodate different learning styles and individual student needs. Like in the classroom, student needs varies also for online. It was happening after the pandemic period that I see among the students more noise. Yeah, they were not so good able to concentrate on the subjects. They listen to you, but they are always used to try to do something else. And okay, these if we have let's say pedagogic techniques and we try to be careful, we need to involve them more electronically or with short questions, and yeah, that can lead to lots of improvement of materials. You cannot, if let's say 5 to 10 years ago, you expect that a student listen 1 hour and retain something and take short notice. If after the pandemic, they can listen less. They don't used to take notices, or the stylings change, and we need to adapt. And yeah, after few minutes, we need to come with question and to grab their attention, and we need to maintain strong connection and relationship with students, even yeah, face to face, but mostly at the distance. Increased focus on mental health, also well-being of students and teachers. Important of prioritizing and valuing the work of educators. The value of collaboration and sharing of resources, ideas among educators. Hopefully with these conferences we learn from each other. We see lots of results, lots of techniques that we exchange between us, and that's a good learning point also for us, and we can improve our work with the students. Modern learning strategies can vary and evolve with technologies. Different learning styles can improve the teaching, and yeah, we need always to adapt our expectation and strategies. How can we improve? Through personalized learning. We can use different teaching method, materials. to accommodate the learning style of the student. We know already from, let's say, before the pandemic, when the students work together projects, they don't always even contribute to the project. And yeah, nowadays with more online, let's say, controlling of the project, we need to protect these students or to learn the students on side. Okay, you can use the Copilot, you can use some of the, let's say, generated code, generated tutorials, but nevertheless put the proper question to learn and to retain information so that you are able to create new context, new contexts, and to add value to what you learn. And has engagement. When teacher incorporate different learning style into their teaching, it can enhance student engagement, better comprehension. By presenting information in different ways, teachers can improve student comprehension. It's let's say, I remember the very old classical way on my time. The teacher, okay, tell us or speak with us 1-2 hours without interruption, presenting us big theorems with, let's say, computed in sizes, 10 pages written down on, and copied from the table, and then you self-study. Other example. Nowadays, it's impossible to do that. And to improve this comprehension, we need to adapt to the tools and to, let's say, teach the student to put proper question, to understand that theorem, that theory, and to improve the retention. Inclusive learning. By recognizing and accommodating different learning style, teacher can create an inclusive environment. Different teaching style can personalize the learning experience. By incorporating various teaching methods and materials, teachers can facilitate the learning process of their students and improve their overall academic performance. Role of recall and recognition. Yeah, among these, let's say, pedagogical style, we distinguish between the recall that has, okay, the style of memorizing and remembering something, or like it's happening mostly now, people use with small messages, they use recognition, and sometimes they even don't read the full sentence. You need to read with them, okay, to better understand the request. So multiple choice questions rely on recognition rather on the recall. Games and animation can support teaching and combine recall and recognition. We try to introduce game, we introduce animation in our materials, but it's still a lot of work on our side. And okay, we lose the recall factors if we use only the, let's say, automatic tools and the AI tools. So recognition is a learning style that involves the ability to retrieve information from memory. Recognition is a learning style that involves the ability to identify information. By understanding this learning style, teachers can develop teaching strategies that cater to the needs of the individual learners. The pandemic was a crisis that required educators to pay attention to student engagement. We have a deeply think on strategic games like chess to improve the planning skill and potential help the learning structure. A positive outcome was always to put the student to present their work to their colleagues, even offline, even nowadays. When you present something, you try to be more serious and to identify proper sentences to talk with your colleagues. Despite the challenges, students have acquired skill to respond under stress and with emotional issues. Figure below shows some statistics. Yeah, what I want to point here, for example, we have let's say we have 14 weeks semester in Romania, and for these 5 years from 2019 to 2023, I watched the same. I followed somehow the same online style with the theory as online subjects with multiple choice answers. No big changes, but if we look, yeah, written exam was properly, let's say, after the pandemic, the people were more serious in learning the third blue column, light blue column. But after let's say, the pandemic in 23, you see the last column, the laboratory was went down, and here it's and the explanation due to the AI tools. Yeah, they think they understand, but they cannot reproduce. And for example, you can always talk to the students. Okay, I know you understand, but show me your proper example, and then doesn't succeed to construct all the stuff. Yeah, and yeah, this could be handled by and we try to address this problem, yeah, to improve the laboratories. Yeah. Nowadays, for example, JIT classroom, it has the possibility to put intermediate question to force the student to reproduce smaller parts of a work. But as a first consequence, the AI tools helps. They do the quick things, but when to reproduce is not always that easy. This is another assessment for 2 quizzes, final written exam and laboratory. Another specialization, and here was the written exam that has suffered. Here, for example, it's more theory, and as I remember this graph, it comes from the computer networks, and if the subjects are more theory oriented, it's difficult to learn. They proper understand, and we have these smaller gray results. They good understand the students, but as a result, okay, they cannot do the recall. Okay, and here high score of laboratory tasks were influenced by the pandemic situation. In the laboratory were very implied during the pandemic. After the pandemic, the some decreasing, and yeah, until we, let's say, properly integrate the AI tools. We can see this also in marks, but okay, I have spoke a lot, and there are small differences, and it depends on what do we push. But it's one can see here for the quizzes, we have smaller results as in the pandemic, while we have newer technologies, and they say, okay, but I can always ask the AI tool, and I ask ChatGPT, and I know what is, I don't know, redundancy or sliding window. Okay, but the question, do you know what to search? Or yeah, and the discussion, it's measurable, and we try to yeah, improve ourselves by using different techniques. Here we can see the comparison between, let's say, computer network and operating system. Let's say 2 difficult subjects, and 2024 comes with a stabilization. Yeah, but before it's yeah, the results were, let's say, more or less due to the fact that they weren't successfully involved. Okay, strategies to enhance online. What can be done? Encourage open communication. Building rapport is key, and taking time to get to know student and personal level. Involving student, teaching about the importance of managing stress, anxiety, strategic game, numerous benefits, but it's difficult and to obtain serious people, I don't know, with strange games. Importance of note taking by hand, it helps a lot of the recall. As a let's say solution for not so good results, I have tried to request from some subjects, okay, please write down by hand some of the responses that you get from the ChatGPT. Yeah? While you need to learn at least the concepts and to be able to reproduce some information by your own. Okay, I see here a timer. Please let me know if I need to scroll quicker. Here we have introduced some remarks and tried to do some studies, some comparison with the chess game. Games are easily accepted, engaging, and resistance to new things. Okay, not all the people are playing chess. Some of people are playing lots of strategical games. Some of people are playing quick, quick games, quick puzzle for losing times. So we need to adapt and to see what benefits brings the logic for a quick puzzle or a long puzzle from the chess. So specific game-based program make the learning process more engaging and effective. For example, also let's say small projects with an animation for the computer networks, but it doesn't work always while the student is not that advanced to create their own simulator. And if you give them a sketch of a simulator, it's difficult to introduce them into the subject. So it has some advantages and disadvantages, but playing games, playing with the, let's say, network packages leads to a better understanding of the, let's say, computer networks or other subjects. And yeah, learning to game. Serious game can be used to teach concept and improve skill. Chess, for example, creates decision-making skills. It's also in software design and software architecture. There are lots of principles that where you need good decisions. Yeah, and if we compare with the chess, there are a lot of strategies. You need decision for I don't know, software architecture. You need decision for security risk, cyber security risk. There are lots of places where we can do some connection, but it's not always easy. Games can provide intermediate feedback and assessment, allowing students to track their progress. Overall, strategic games offer a unique and effective way to teach complex concepts, develop critical thinking and problem-solving skill, and engage students in active and experimental learning. Strategic games develop critical thinking, emphasize problem-solving and decision-making, and develop teamwork and collaboration, require strategic approach, focus on achieving objective, require risk assessment and management. Game of chess can be played online, and to cultivate and has individual ability to make effective decision. Okay, besides game of chess, I have spoke with another colleague. He has tried to insert solving of quick sudokus. Yeah, not to wait. Yeah, you put the students to to solve sudoku, but okay, it doesn't work for any subject. But to make small championships to solve sudoku in small amount of times. who is best in 10 minutes, or in 10 minutes, in 2 minutes and 3 minutes, yeah? Not to lose time from the hour, but to develop the thinking and the strategies of thinking and decision, what to do to be the best and to have proper results. So further related to the game, we relate more here to the chess games, enhance critical, boost creativity, promote learning from mistake, and encourage social interaction. If we relate to the chat, it's a valuable tool for e-learning. It promotes cognitive functioning, critical thinking, creativity, learning from mistake, patience, perseverance, social interaction. Incorporating chess techniques into e-learning can enhance the overall learning experience. And okay, advantage, cultivation of decision making. Yes,
Konstantin, you should already have to summarize your presentation because time flies too fast.
Yes, okay, I have scrolled to the end. These conclusions use positive reinforcement by celebrating success and encouraging growth can be more effective. Teaching resilience skills such adaptability and problem solving can help students. Utilizing technology can enhance learning and engagement. Creating a sense of community by promoting teamwork, collaboration, can foster a positive online learning. And all this stuff by following different learning techniques. We have analyzed some marks with regards to the note-taking, recognition, recalls, and we have presented some measure statistics that could be further interpreted, but yeah, that are the, let's say, the results for the moment. And yeah, we thank you for your patience. If you have any questions?
Here are applauses for you and thank you for your presentation. Do we have questions? Yes, we have.
What was the size of the sample when you calculated the mean? How many students were under the averages?
Under the average, I have one group with 75, one group with 50. For the computer networks, 75 people. For the operating system, 50. And some separate measurements in the database course, we have more than 100. So it's relevant enough as a group size.
So error bars on those averages would look nice. You can put them.
Yes, that's a good idea. And
okay, no more questions. Maybe very small question. My colleague, Professor Alexandras Targamadze, likes saying that during pandemic, the main mistake was that teachers tried to make lessons in virtual environment like in the physical environment. But in order to make a good lesson in virtual environment, you have to use efficient didactic methods like you told. What do you think? Maybe we should push teachers, traditional studies teachers, to make virtual lectures in order to make their traditional lessons better, because it seems that in traditional lessons, in face-to-face lessons, there are no these efficient didactic methods which can be used in virtual environment. What do you think?
I think it depends very much on the subject. If we think some computer science subjects are very well documented online. You find lots of examples. You can derive simulator, emulators, and so on. And you can do an approach to gaming and to capture attention, to grab attention. But some subjects, if you speak about, I don't know, mathematic theorem, that is very large and you need lots of observation. It's difficult, and I find it very difficult also for me to put here on the slide a formula, next formula, and you cannot play with this. So some subject, in my opinion, will remain more classical and more related to the paper, but the other ones needs to adapt. And also for mathematics subject, you can insert some, I don't know, some examples from real life to grab attention, and then put the hand on the pen and write a lot and solve similar problems. But it can be, let's say, inserted an animation with a, I don't know, a transport problem, a surface computation, but it's more difficult. For some subjects will be painful, but it needs to be done. For some subjects, it's almost done, but we need to push the learning technique to have effects.
Okay, it seems that we can use technology in traditional learning in a physical environment. There is no need to go virtually to use better didactic methods.
Yes, only to grab attention and to motivate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Konstantin, for your presentation. We will send this certificate that you get it. I can do this right here. So let's thank you very much. And let's go to the third presentation, which is which should be made by 7 authors, but it will be made by Rita Butkiene. It is a case study on big data course design and implementation.
Good afternoon, and I will present the case study on designing and implementing an open online course applying 3 approaches. As you see from the title, this course is dedicated for big data. And I will begin by presenting a framework for course development. Next, I will demonstrate a big data course developed for this using this framework, and finally I will present the results of the course validation. So, framework. We know that education depends on many technological and pedagogical aspects, allowing more effective and qualitative learning. MOOC methodology, CBL, and virtual assistants are the 3 approaches we have analyzed and utilized in this big data course design. As you know, I hope that you know, that the MOOCs offer exceptional access to high quality educational resources, serving a diverse global audience of learners. The scalability enables institutions to reach a vast audience and foster lifelong learning. However, challenges such as low completion rates maintaining learners' engagement persist. So this highlights the need for innovative strategies to address this issue. On the other hand, CBL engages students in real-world challenges. This approach helps to promote critical thinking, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. By applying theoretical knowledge to practical situations, learners can better understand the concepts and the real-world applications. However, designing authentic challenges and facilitating effective group dynamics can be challenging for educators. But integrating MOOCs with CBL combines the flexibility of online courses with hands-on learning. Virtual assistants like chatbots help remote learners succeed and enhance the learning experience. This integration of these three methods addresses the strengths and limitations. The question is how to do that. How to implement CBL process and meet MOOC design requirements. We created the theoretical framework for learning in line with openness, CBL, and virtual assistant implementation. The framework's main idea is like that MOOC's content should align with challenge. The MOOC structure should align with the CBL process, and the chatbot should be integrated in the MOOC and support course guidance, materials, assessment, and individual tasks. Based on this framework, we have developed a big data course, and now I will demonstrate how it was done. The course is aimed at formal and non-formal students with a computer science and mathematics background who need to learn digital transformation skills. By the end of the course, students should have sufficient knowledge of big data analytics as a tool for addressing research questions and approaching challenging problems with data-driven solutions. The course is implemented in the Moodle system, and its learning content covers 7 topics, and you now can see these topics. Learning guidance is provided for entire course and for each topic. The course includes video lectures, lecture slides, data or code files, links to external resources, supplemental reading files, and quizzes. Summative assessment is organized at the end of the course by grading the practical assignment to solve a challenge. The CBL methodology predefines a logical sequence that helps learners build knowledge, develop skills, and receive feedback on the progress toward the learning objectives. We choose analysis and nowcasting of urban air pollution as a challenging topic and propose to select students from 2 challenge variants. Students must solve the choice and challenge by working in a group for this purpose. Activities such as group choice, peer work, workshop have been included in the Moodle course. And now I will demonstrate how this course aligns with the CBL process. During the first week of the engagement phase, CBL engagement phase, students inform themselves about the Moodle course, its structure, topics, requirements, methodology, and so on. Then students familiarize themselves with the mini challenge. It's a big idea and the context of the challenge, essential and guiding questions. They deepen the understanding by discussing topic fundamentals of big data analytics and main big data tools, and get engaged in the topics by creating a short case study. During investigation week, students reflect on the first learnings by defining the guiding questions based on the given challenge. They deepen the understanding of data processing with Python language or R programming, and investigate these topics by exploring possibilities to download and prepare datasets. Next, students continue the investigation phase by deepening the understanding and practically exploring the forecasting task. In this step, they reflect on the learnings, define new guiding questions, and plan the next steps of the CBL. In the third week, students move into the action phase. They deepen the understanding of the low-code frameworks for visuals and practice how to build a dashboard. It was the main task for them. In the final week, students design and implement a dashboard dedicated to urban air pollution monitoring and or forecasting. They analyze the efficiency, success, and impact of the decision, reflect on their learnings, and present the result of the mini-challenge solution. In this course, the virtual assistant implements 4 scenarios directly related to the study process. It's called the guidance and support, content material support, assessment, individual task support. The main focus was in this course on chatbot for content material support. Since the first implementation on Melibo, we used this platform, did not unfortunately met our expectations. So another tool, Perplexity, was chosen as a tool to use for content material support. The course Big Data was validated by integrating it into the formal study program as a part of a study program module. At the end of the course, the formal students gave feedback by filling out questionnaires anonymously. So the course was piloted by 16 formal students. They are master level students. Only 25% of them had extensive experience with online training courses. The subject of the course was sufficiently new for 50% of students. The time spent on this course varies from up to 10 hours to 30, 40 hours. The questionnaire we asked students to complete consisted of 3 parts, with questions about the course, CBL, and the virtual assistant. The first part of the survey was to find out how students rate the course, which aspects they liked and which didn't. This and the following diagram show that the most students agreed on all statements. Answers to open questions showed that they liked the structure of the course, online lectures, and group working. Students also appreciated the consistency of topics and smooth transition between theoretical and practical parts. As a negative thing, students mentioned the evaluation, which, as they wrote, was a bit confusing. In the second part of the survey, students were able to agree or disagree with the provided statements about the CBL integration. This and the following diagram show that most students agreed on all statements. Students particularly appreciated the CBL design for its emphasis on teamwork, the freedom to choose the approach to challenges, and the use of real-life data. In the third part of the survey, students rated the chatbot integration into the course. The diagram shows that most students rated the overall satisfaction as high or very high. 5 students rated the overall satisfaction as average, and 1 student was dissatisfied. Moreover, 6 students reported saving an hour or more on task completion by using this chatbot. Unfortunately, some students noted that they missed the help from the chatbot side in such as areas like study aids, learning strategies, personalized learning, and topic overview. So it was one of the reasons why the Perplexity was added to this course. So when we filled out the survey, they didn't have this tool in this course. So, conclusions. Summarizing our experience, we can conclude that the Big Data course developed according to the proposed framework successfully integrates MOOC methodology, CBL, and virtual assistants. CBL and virtual assistants in MOOC enrich the learning experience, promote active participation, and improve the effectiveness of online learning. Successful course transformation and implementation requires careful design, ongoing evaluation, and continuous improvement. Learners develop a deep understanding of big data concept and the real-world applications by applying theoretical knowledge to practical situations. However, designing these authentic challenges and facilitating effective collaboration in group can be challenging for educators. It is not an easy task. MOOCs offer scalable access to the content, enabling learners to engage with big data concept flexibly. CBL fosters critical thinking and problem-solving skills, involve students in real-world scenarios relevant to big data. So, thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, there in this room we have lecturer Professor Valdas Vaičiukynas. If you have some specific questions about the implementation of this Moodle course, so then this is the right person to ask. And of course, I also can answer some methodological questions.
Thank you, Rita, for presentation, and I already see we have questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Is this course publicly available?
Yes, you can go to the OpenKTU Edu, follow this project. The name is Assistant, and you will find 4 courses. One of these courses is Big Data.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we have more questions. Thank you.
No, you want to give an answer.
My question is to Evaldas. In essence, could you please compare what is the difference in workload when you develop a usual course online and the course with TBL integration and assistance integration as well?
Well, from the content side, it's not that different. Maybe it's more different from the format side. So, yes, content isn't different from traditional course that much and structure. But what's different is maybe the format, where it's more like inverted classroom, and they are not used to that. So basically, when you say, here is the course, it's open, you can start it now, and yeah, so where are the lectures? So they want me to show the slides as usual. So I think that that part of how to say, initiative. So initiative is now on their side more, because CBL, in idealistic scenario of CBL, a lecturer is like a friend or a consultant. It's not something higher which explains how to do, it just consults. So our vision was to make a course as independent as possible, so that it could be run independently, but still, when you organized this last hackathon, like workshop, to present the dashboards, so you need to dedicate a date, you need a time, so basically it's not that, not totally virtual. So still, you have to, some influence from a lecturer is a must. Even in the CBL, where the lecturer should be invisible. Thank you.
The authors want to prove that the course is open.
Okay.
Okay.
So the idea maybe to show this perplexity part, Let's go to.
Yeah, very happy about this part. So
that's how usually the topic looks. There are some explanation what's the like overview, then what you should do, steps, what you must do one by one, and then we have slides, we have notes, we have Colab code. Let's go to notes, and these are the Perplexity pages. The address is perplexity.ai/page/new if you're creating. In my case, it's already created, and I did it. It's like Wikipedia. Basically, what you do, you are creating your own Wikipedia on your own materials.
and you have chat.
Yes, but at the end, so you create all the sections, go down, go down, go down, and when you go through all the sections to the last one, actually in any section, you can ask those questions. So this is like a chat field for chatting. So for example, what usually students do when they see that this is about the code, you see it's explaining code in pieces. Like this is code does that, this code does that, and they are bored of that. What they do are give me all code and that's it. So that's what they do. And now they don't need to copy pasta 5 or 7 times. They copy pasta 1 time. So it remembers my code because it was made from the code. The section, the material were generated from using the code as well. So it was showed the code. And now you can basically copy. I've tried copying it and running it there. I was so happy that when you copy this code, it's not working perfectly. It has some glitches. So basically in data processing part. So yeah, so it's not that blindly. You would do better if you follow this code from Colab. That's the recommended way.
Resources are provided, but they
but sometimes
in the easy way. Just ask, give me.
This code is working perfectly. Another code, if you copy pasta to that part where the dashboard is, it's not so perfect. It works, but with mistakes. Different coloring, less data, so yeah, some glitches. So thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we will still have one presentation. And we are encouraged to try this course. So thank you very much for presentation, and we have certificates for offers. No more offers from Dina already got one. She is also a co-author of this presentation, and thank you very much.
If I could say, this is our coordinated project. It is already finished, so that's why we can have an honor to say that we finished the results. Thank you.
Yes, and the course is open like MOOC, which is open for everybody who would like. So let's go to the final presentation, which will be held online using the same Zoom. And the presenter, as I was introduced, will be Justina Janik. Yeah, I see Justina. We see your desktop, and we're ready to hear your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be the last presenter, as I understood. The topic of my talk will be a case on artificial intelligence technologies using for tutoring and achieving learning outcomes. And I have a great pleasure to represent my team, which you can see on the slide. However, I wanted to add that we are a consortium of 4 universities. The first one is, of course, Kaunas Technological University. The other, it's Florida Universitaria in Catarroja, Spain, near the Valencia. The Bayreuth University in Germany, and the one I represent is Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow in Poland. However, today I'm saying hello from Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and Aarhus University. So let's start with the presentation. This is the short plan of the presentation. A few topics just to reflect on: AI as an opportunity for higher education, education versus upbringing and self-education, AI in education on the example of chatbots, and this was the main topic of papers which our team developed to this conference. Then upbringing and NI support, research on AI in higher education. At the end, maybe few numbers just to underline how the trend is working now in terms of AI in higher education. So let's start maybe from opportunities for higher education. During the first presentation of this panel, Diana already mentioned a lot of issues and opportunities. However, I will be focused only on three main trends and topics we can see for higher education. And the first one is a revolution of higher education based on AI technologies. I think the first revolution we had in 2019. We experienced pandemic and all the learning and teaching processes were transferred into the remote methods. And now we can say that we have other revolution, the other massive trend, because we learn how to use AI technologies, how make them serve us in terms of learning outcomes and teaching. And the other opportunity is how personalized learning process can be thanks to all the AI-based tools, for example, chatbots, virtual assistants, and so on. And the third one I would like to mention is one of my favorites, to be honest, automating administrative tasks. I don't know if this is only me who see this huge hope for teachers, but the massive part of our work in terms of administrative tasks can be done thanks to AI based technologies. So, for example, imagine like students can get the answer for the questions about administrative tasks, about the classes, about the subjects, about the all administrative work from, for example, virtual assistants. So it's not necessary to teachers to respond for any particular email regarding to the administration. And the work may be more focused now on pedagogical aspects than the administrative part. The other one, as I said, education versus upbringing and self-education. So education, we understand mostly like a knowledge delivery, like showing students how the learning process should be, to transfer knowledge and to show them new skills, to learn them new skills. Then we have this upbringing, which is like significantly different because it shapes social, emotional, and moral behavior, and it helps students with the personal growth. So it's also a really huge part of higher education to let our students like develop their own more holistically, not only in terms of knowledge, but also help them to answer these questions: why I'm in the society and what are my behavior and moral norms and so on. And then we have self-education. So students can now take more responsibility for their learning and personal development, and they are guided here by internal motivation. So all these AI tools can support these three approaches important for the higher education, not only knowledge transfer, but also upbringing and also a self-education process. The other thing, which is main topic of the papers we developed, is example of using chatbots in higher education. I wanted to say maybe about few interesting facts we included into our papers. So I pick up few aspects and I will try to present them one by one. The first one, I think chatbots can intensify the learning process by providing feedback to students. Like we as a teachers are not always able to give feedback immediately after, let's say, receiving some task or test or homework. So students are waiting for the feedback till the time that teacher will be able to provide it. So this opportunity to be supported by chatbots with giving this feedback for students can massively increase their motivation because they can see result and they can get the answer just in the real time after the finishing some task or exercise. The other thing we included into the papers is, of course, breaking down barriers in terms of geography. So now we can imagine that we, for example, have a course and this course is supported by virtual assistant or chatbot. And it's no matter if we have the students all over the world because they can have the same quality of resources or the same quality of course. They have equal opportunities to learn because the course is supported by the same materials and available for all the same, all in the same rules. The other thing, it's like students can access to this course from everywhere, anytime, and they are really flexible with using this type of courses. So if we will think, for example, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, if we would met our students in the coffee shop, like drinking coffee, for example, with his headphone or her headphones, we would probably think this is kind of subordination, why they are not in the classroom and so on. But nowadays, of course, they are so flexible and they are independent, so they can use all kind of places and all time which is convenient for them to get the knowledge. So that's another advantage we can mention. The other one, chatbots can also, for example, collect and analyze data on student learning process. So we can see what kind of trends we can observe in their learning style. We can see all the areas of difficulties. So let's imagine if we have a lot of students, like few groups, which can be 100 students and more. I think like teacher in person is not always able to observe all the learning trends and obviously all the learning progress of each particular students. But thanks to the data analysis and thanks to the application which can collect data and analyze and show some trends, students are able to see their like difficult areas and learning trends by their own. So let's say teacher here is not so necessarily involved and not so responsible for all the for all the learning process, but can only assist in this because massive data can be taken from this AI tools. The other one, also chatbots can have this possibility to recommend literature for students. So for example, if they are participating in course, it's also not necessary to go to the teacher to ask for the recommendation or to see the curriculum. Each time they can easily ask chatbot for recommendation. And also based on previous research or search results, chatbots are able to recommend some literature based on topic interest and previous reading history of each student. And the other one for today, also from our papers, is that chatbots can support students with looking for all the information about the course. So, for example, if teachers are planning the learning or teaching process and preparing curriculum, they can possibly provide all the information necessary for the students into the chatbot or virtual assistant, and that will help to avoid massively or dozens of emails during the semester, because students can easily ask chatbot when is the next class, what is possibility to do some extra activities, what to do if I was absent, where to looking for the information, and so on. So this also, let's say, avoid overloading with the administrative task and with the answering for the basic questions according to the organization of the course. Yeah. The last mini topic and thing to reflect is self-education and self-development. I think in the previous presentation it was already mentioned, like self-regulated learning is a huge trend nowadays, because we, let's say, ask our students or see the potential to let our student be more independent and let the learning process be more student-centered than teacher-centered. So as it was said during the previous presentation, teacher not necessarily needs to be the present all the time and don't need to be so responsible for providing on the knowledge, like bringing to the table, but can be someone a bit different, can be type of guide, let's say, and just show the students possibilities to looking for the knowledge. And then students can try to actively looking for the answer. So this is completely opposite of the passive learning or passively looking for the source of knowledge. This put this obligation or chances from a teacher to a student. And few numbers I found about the current trends. Research on AI in higher education, maybe interesting numbers from 2023 study by the World Economic Forum indicates that AI-powered tools in higher education can improve learning outcomes by up to 35%, particularly in personalized learning environments. So once again, we can see huge future here, because learning process can be now more personalized thanks to the data analysis and so on. The other interesting numbers by Global Education Market Report, 62% of higher education institutions have integrated some AI technologies in key areas like virtual tutoring, adaptive learning, and administrative tasks. So we can see it's not the future of higher education, but according to this report, it's like our present reality that we already use some AI technologies in everyday work. And the last data is from 2023, 70% of students using AI-supported platforms such as intelligent tutoring systems reported higher engagement and motivation, particularly in remote learning environments. And for me also that makes a lot of sense, because if we imagine student who is learning remotely and can get immediately some kind of feedback and interact with the chatbot or interact with the application, it's like constantly taking some motivation from the learning process and not necessarily waiting for the feedback from teacher who can be not present or not available at the moment of learning. At the end, once again, I wanted to show the consortium of universities. We are together working in terms of Erasmus Plus project, Artificial Intelligence for Studies and Support in Higher Education. This is the name of the project, and one of our work packages, which was actually developed, is Compendium on Higher Education and Compendium on Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education. So in this compendium, based on 4 countries we are from, like Spain, Lithuania, Poland, and Germany, we analyzed specific tools and specific, let's say, areas where we can use artificial intelligence in higher education, in our courses, and in our everyday work. So if some of you is interested in more specific and detailed research, I encourage you to check out our website, and it will be a pleasure to share what we found with you. Once again, thank you for having me today, and a lot of presentations was really inspirational also for me. So that was a pleasure to be here online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justina, for your presentation. The applauses were for you. Do you have questions for Justina? No, there are no questions. This means that I will have a question. Okay, I wanted to ask the presenters before you, but there were no enough time. Therefore, I will ask you. Did you have to encourage your students or push your students to use these artificial intelligence tools like chatbots, asking it questions? Because in my courses, when students say, please ask any questions if you have, they don't do this, even if we have tools for questioning. So did you have encouraged or pushed your students to use these tools?
I would never have to encourage them, because they use it like naturally, and they use it on the daily basis, and I can see that they also have this, they started to use this critical thinking and to ask if it's correct what they receive from the tools and so on. So that's really important, but I think this generation is like quite fluent with technologies, so they take what is done. So the main obligation, in my opinion, is only to guide them with the critical thinking and to encourage them to reflect on what they receive from the tools, because in general, with the using of technologies, they are very fluent and aware of what happened on the world. So if that can be my answer, it is.
Besides, maybe they are more brave asking the tool, asking the artificial intelligence, instead asking a teacher or our students. What do you think?
Sorry, once again?
What do you think? Maybe students are more brave asking questions, artificial intelligence, not teacher or our students?
During the real class, I didn't observe this trend. No. I think they are quite aware, but maybe someone from the room has another point of view.
Okay, maybe it's the reason that students are already using technologies, and this helps them to reach learning outcomes. So thank you very much for your presentation. And it was the last presentation in this session and also in the conference.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for chair. So this is your certificate.
Oh. thank you very much.
Okay, so now we are in progress of the final, I think, the most important part and the most interesting part. Now we should announce the best paper of our conference. Okay, okay, and best paper award from ICIST 2024 conference goes to Germany. So, colleagues, please here, come here. So, thank you very much for very interesting topic, for very interesting presentation, and this is yours best paper award. And the small souvenir to present. So, okay, thank you, dear colleagues. So I thanked you many times during these presentations. Thank you very much, and especially big thanks for Dean's Office of Informatics Faculty. Then I'm very, very grateful and thankful for the program committee members, for organizational committee members, for technical staff, all the technical staff with team leader Walker, and for chairs, for special session chairs, and of course I'm very thankful for the speakers and participants of the conference themselves. Yeah. So thank you very much, and now I should provide maybe very important for all of us information regarding the proceedings. So proceedings are provided to the Springer's Publishing House in August. So we are waiting for results, and probably we will get the access for online proceedings this year. Yeah, so please check your mailbox, please check your spam folders, because all of you should get the notification for approval regarding your articles. Yeah, and you should approve it and send it back. So that's one. And the second thing that, okay, we will plan to organize this conference next year as well. So, you know, we did a huge job, all our team of our faculty, and, you know, usually we will start organize next conference, I think after 1 or maybe 2 months, yeah, because we will start prepare the documents for call for papers and registrations and so on. So we are working in general non-stop for last, I think, 30 years. Yeah. So that's its anniversary, and that's why we are celebrating this very beautiful event. So all our team hope that it was useful. You had a good mood. You found the new contacts. You gained the new knowledge. So I think that everything was okay. And at the same time, I think in the middle of October, we will organize 31st conference, which I hope that it will be located in Lithuania, but more details I will provide you later. And thank you very much, and see you next year latest. Yeah, I think that maybe we'll meet somewhere else. And let's go to make the photo here nearby the photo wall, and the gala dinner, I think it's waiting for us, yeah? And the cake, of course. Thank you.